Good morning and welcome to day 4 of the Aspen Security Forum. If I could please have you take your seats, our program will begin in 5 minutes. Once again, if you could please find your seat, our program will begin in 5 minutes. Good morning. Once again, if I could have you please take your seats, we will begin in 2 minutes. Please take your seats. Our program will begin in 2 minutes. Once again, if I could have your attention, if I could have everyone please take their seats, our presentation is about to begin. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. We're on day 4, and I'm sure all of you are exhausted, even if we haven't exhausted the topic. When I introduced us on Tuesday, I started with the Dickens quotation, "This is the best of times and the worst of times," and I think we've proved that. We've had very interesting discussions of Ukraine, the Middle East, new technologies, particularly AI, domestic problems of how we develop our own resistance and increase our competitiveness. It's been a very rich set of topics and a rich menu. I think the important thing is that there are connections between these subjects. And the connections that are the type of things we heard yesterday, that you can't talk about Ukraine without thinking about how it affects Taiwan. You can't talk about NATO without thinking about NATO not just as a European problem, but also how it relates to China. So if during this week we haven't solved the many problems, I hope we've helped you to think about them in a bit more interconnected and more creative way. If so, then we've had success. We have a final session this morning, which I think is going to continue that. But if we don't have all the problems solved by the middle of the day, we'll welcome you back next year. And I'll leave it to Anya to tell you how we're going to solve them this morning.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm always impressed to see you all here bright-eyed with your cappuccinos. We've had a lot of conversations over the last 3 days, but we are particularly excited about this day because we are lucky enough that so many of our current leaders working on these difficult issues every day are here with us. We're welcoming Secretary of State Blinken. We're welcoming the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, C.Q. Brown. We're welcoming National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, 3 distinguished senators. And so we're really glad that you all could be here with us to hear directly from them how all of the challenges of the international system that we've been talking about over the couple of days are actually being handled. It is now my great pleasure to introduce Secretary of State Tony Blinken. He is not only a distinguished diplomat, career public servant, but a genuinely good human being. I'm not going to read his bio, you all know it, but I just want to read one quote from Secretary Blinken because it really reflects what we've been trying to do here this week. He said recently, "We have a vision that is clear and unambiguous of what we'd like the world to become: free, secure, open, and prosperous." And that's a cliche, but it actually means something to all of us. So without further ado, let me welcome Tony Blinken to the stage. And to moderate that conversation, we have our very own Mary Louise Kelly.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Secretary.
Good morning.
Great to see you. Welcome back. I don't need to tell this room a lot has happened since you were last on this stage a year ago. And we are going to get through in our time this morning as much of it as I can pack in. We're going to talk Russia, China, Ukraine, the Middle East, Iran, and our domestic challenges here at home and what impact they may be having on America's standing in the world. You ready?
Go for it.
Let's go. I want to start with what is surely the biggest game changer since we last gathered here, which is October 7th. The Hamas attack on Israel, the Israeli response in Gaza war in the Middle East. Our ambassador at the United Nations, Linda Thomas-Greenfield, said this week, and I quote, that negotiations on a ceasefire are trending in the right direction. Is she right, and on what is that based?
Well, first of all, good morning, everyone. And it's wonderful to be here back in Aspen and with this remarkable group. Yeah, there's a lot going on, and the Middle East is front and center. What Linda said is right. I believe we're inside the 10-yard line and driving toward the goal line and getting an agreement that would produce a ceasefire, get the hostages home, and put us on a better track to trying to build lasting peace and stability.
And again, on what is that based?
It's based on two things.
Hope.
Yes, because hope's good, but it's insufficient. No, it's based on reality, and the reality is this: a month ago, President Biden put out a detailed proposal for getting to a ceasefire, the release of hostages, and the ability to move forward. And what happened after that was quite extraordinary. The entire world came together in support of that proposal. Country after country standing up and endorsing it. The United Nations Security Council, where Linda did a tremendous job, coming together, something we don't see that often these days, 14-0 with Russia abstaining, in support of that agreement. And the result was, after a lot of pushing and diplomacy in the weeks after that, we have an agreement to the framework the President put out by both Israel and Hamas. The question now is finishing the negotiation of some critical details that are important.
And that Hamas hasn't signed on. Have they?
Well, no, they've signed on to the framework.
Right.
And that's what's so important. But there remain some issues that need to be resolved, that need to be negotiated. We're in the midst of doing exactly that. And by the way, when I say we're inside the 10-yard line, we are. Now, we also know that with anything, the last 10 yards are often the hardest.
Yeah.
So I don't want to be in any way naive about it, but based on everything we've been doing for these last now really 6 months, because starting in January, we believed and we continue to believe that the quickest way to bring this war to an end, to bring relief to the people of Gaza who so desperately need it, to put Gaza itself, to put the entire region on a better path, is through an agreement on a ceasefire and a hostages. That's actually the quickest way to get it done.
Netanyahu will be in D.C. on
That's
Monday.
Right.
What's your big ask of him? What would count as a successful visit?
Well, I think we need to make sure of two things. We, of course, want to bring this agreement over the finish line, but while that's necessary, it's also not enough, because what's critical once we get it, assuming we do, is to make sure that there's a clear plan for what follows, the so-called day after plan. Because what we can't have is this. What we can't have is an agreement that's followed by some kind of void that will either be filled, if it's there, by Hamas coming back, which is unacceptable, by Israel prolonging its occupation of Gaza, which they say they don't want to do and is unacceptable, or just having a vacuum that's filled by lawlessness, that's filled by chaos, which we see in so many parts of Gaza right now, which is also inimical to actually helping people who desperately need it. So, making sure that we have a plan in place, which we've been working on also every single day with Arab partners, with Israel, with many others, for governance, for security, for humanitarian assistance, for reconstruction, that's critical. And I imagine the discussions with the Prime Minister will center around that.
And have you figured out how to deal with Netanyahu? I mean, the administration has tried the bear hug, unwavering support. You tried pressure and withholding 2,000-pound bombs. Where are you now?
I'm not focused on personalities, I'm focused on policies. And we want to make sure as we go forward with anyone, whether it's our Israeli allies or anyone else, that we reach agreements on the concrete steps to be taken to move whatever it is we're trying to move forward.
I'll ask it a slightly different way. Have you figured out what Netanyahu wants? Do you give any credence to the view among many analysts in Israel that he would actually kind of like to slow walk or even thwart a ceasefire and hostage deal because the far right in his coalition oppose it and it could cost him his job.
What I'm seeing, what I'm hearing across Israeli society is a strong desire to get this done, to get a ceasefire, to get the hostages home after so many months, including, and it's often forgotten here, American hostages. I've met with the American hostage families and other hostage families, I don't know, 10, 12 times. So the president has, Jake Sullivan has, many others in our administration have. So this is real and personal to so many of us, but for the Israeli people, bringing people home is their number one priority. And I believe getting a ceasefire is something that most Israelis support. At the same time, we have to get this because the suffering of people every single day, innocent men, women, and children, who've been caught for the last 9 months in a crossfire of Hamas is making, that has to end too.
Yeah. I appreciate you reminding all of us of the obvious that these are real humans and lives at stake, because that is clearly important and at the center of this. One more on the Middle East. Is the two-state solution dead?
Not only is it not dead, it can't be. And
it's very hard to find a path to optimism, given that Israelis are now resisting it, government, ordinary people. Gaza is destroyed. Settlers are taking more land in the West Bank. Where does that leave room for hope?
You know, John McCain used to say that it's always darkest before it goes completely black. So
we miss him every day.
If you keep that in mind, it's not bad guidance for the work that we're all trying to do. But look, there's some fundamental realities that we can't escape. The fundamental realities are these. Between Gaza and the West Bank, there are somewhere over 5 million Palestinians. There are about 7 million Israeli Jews. Neither is going anywhere. Palestinians are not going anywhere. The Jews are not going anywhere. There has to be an accommodation, but an accommodation that does two things, that brings lasting peace and lasting security to Israelis who so desperately want it and need it, and fulfills the right to self-determination of the Palestinians. Now, with any right comes responsibility. Responsibility to build a state that would not be a threat to Israel, that won't be a Hamas stand, that won't be like Lebanon with Hezbollah actually dominating the country. So there are important things that would need to happen in order for a state to be realized. But I believe strongly that, yes, that has to be the future. And by the way, the two strongest opponents of a two-state solution, who are they? Iran and Hamas. So the strongest possible rebuke to both Iran and Hamas would be the realization of two states. At every step along the way in the history of this, you go back to the Oslo Accords. Who tried to disrupt the Oslo Accords? Hamas. When the Arabs launched the Arab Peace Initiative and were moving toward recognition of Israel, who unfortunately effectively disrupted that? Hamas, with one of the most horrific terrorist attacks before October 7th that we've seen in Israel. So if you look at the logic of this, it's compelling. And there's something else, and I'm sorry for going on, but I think it's important. There is a different future. And we've seen its outlines in an almost embryonic form, but it's there. A different future for Israel that realizes maybe its number one objective since the founding of the state, and that is its acceptance in the region, having normal relations with all of its neighbors. Yeah. We see that through the work that we're doing on normalization. We saw that when Iran attacked Israel. And for the first time, a direct attack from Iran on Israel, the United States, but not just the United States, European countries and countries in the region came to Israel's defense. So we can see a future where Israel is integrated in the region, it's more secure, the Palestinians realize their aspirations for a state, and the enemies of that future, Iran and its various proxies, are isolated.
Thank you for making the case for hope. Iran, you mentioned, stay there. They just held presidential elections of their own. What opportunities do you see with this new reformist President Pezeshkian?
Well, I think we'll, of course, look to see what policies Iran pursues. But the reality is, the bottom line is, the supreme leader continues to call the shots. So I can't say that we have any great expectations, but let's see what he and his team actually do once they're in office. As you know, when this administration came in, we tried to pursue, again, nuclear diplomacy with Iran, because if you can at least take one problem off the board, which is Iran potentially with a nuclear weapon, that's inherently a good thing. We had, as you know well, an agreement reached during the Obama administration that actually put Iran's nuclear program in a box. And one of the biggest mistakes that we've made in recent years was throwing out that agreement and allowing Iran to get out of the box that we put it in. So we were testing the proposition about whether we could at least recreate something that looked like that.
Every time I've interviewed you as secretary, I have asked you the same question: is U.S. policy still that Iran must not be allowed to get a nuclear weapon?
It is.
Which is what you always answer. And then I always ask, so how are you going to stop them? How are you going to stop them?
Well, by far, the preferable way to do it would be through diplomacy. Where we are now is not in a good place. Iran, because the nuclear agreement was thrown out, instead of being at least a year away from having the breakout capacity of producing fissile material for a nuclear weapon, is now probably 1 or 2 weeks away from doing that. Now, they haven't developed a weapon itself.
1 or 2 weeks.
1 or 2 weeks is probably what the realistic breakout time is. They haven't produced a weapon itself, but that's something, of course, that we track very, very carefully. And you put those two things together, the fissile material, an explosive device, and you have a nuclear weapon. So we're focused on that. What we've seen in the last weeks and months is Iran that's actually moving forward with this program. So the first thing we need to see, if Iran is serious about engaging, is actually pulling back on the work that it's doing on its program. Second, we, of course, have been maximizing pressure on Iran across the board. We've imposed more than 600 sanctions on Iranian persons, entities of one kind or another. We haven't lifted a single sanction, and we have much closer coordination now with European partners and allies. I guess that gets to my question, though. You're applying every tool in the toolkit, and yet you just told us they are moving forward. Well, they're moving forward in terms of the capacity to break out in producing fissile material. Yeah. We're looking very carefully at anything they might be doing on weaponization. But it's important here as well to make sure that in doing this, we're acting in close concert with partners in Europe, in the region. And we've built that kind of approach in ways that we didn't have a few years ago. Ukraine. I'll start with the cause for hope. NATO has recently expanded military support. A lot of the ammunition shortages have been addressed. Dozens of F-16 fighter jets are on their way to Ukraine. They're expected to be operational this summer. How do you ensure that U.S. aid to Ukraine continues if there is a change in the White House? Or to put it more bluntly, how do you Trump-proof aid to Ukraine? Well, I think it's important to note two things. First, and it's always important to start here, Vladimir Putin's already failed. He's failed in the objective he set, which was to erase Ukraine from the map, to end its existence as an independent state, to subsume it into a greater Russia. That has failed, and it cannot succeed. Now, the measure of success for Ukraine, given Russia's failure, and of course, so many other losses that came with that, the fact that for Russia now, it's lost its energy market in Europe, it's facing a NATO that is stronger and larger than it's ever been, and no one could have imagined 3 years ago that Finland and Sweden would become members of NATO. Across the board, virtually everything is a strategic matter that Putin has sought to prevent. He's precipitated by his actions. The question now is, what constitutes success for Ukraine going forward? And I think the answer is straightforward. It's a Ukraine that is strong, that's independent, that's increasingly integrated with the West, and that stands on its own feet, militarily, economically, democratically. And we have Ukraine on that trajectory, even as we're working to do everything we can to make sure that it has what it needs to deal with the ongoing Russian aggression. We're also helping Ukraine build this plan, program for the future. Now, a lot has already gone into that, and yes, it will continue to need resources. But I think if people look at the logic of this, we've seen a strong bipartisan majority in both houses of Congress for supporting Ukraine. I believe that support is still there. Any administration, I think, will take account of that. And any administration has to ask hard questions. If we stop. If we reverse ourselves, if we let Ukraine down, what will Putin do? He will then really resume the aggression and possibly have a chance of succeeding where, for now, he's failed. He won't stop at Ukraine. He's likely to go at other countries in the region, including NATO allies and other would-be aggressors far afield from Ukraine, far afield from Europe. They're taking lessons from this too.
My question again, is there anything you can do to try to lock in now, in July 2024, to ensure that the U.S. continues to honor the obligations and commitments it has made, no matter who is running things a year from now?
So we've done a number of things. And look, every administration has an opportunity, of course, to set its own policies. We can't lock in the future. But just a week ago, at the NATO summit, we had more than 20 countries come together on the margins of the summit to announce that they had negotiated and signed 10-year bilateral security agreements with Ukraine. And that means that all of these countries, including the United States, have committed to help Ukraine for the next decade, build up its deterrent capacity, build up its defenses. Now, if we were to renege on that, I suppose that's possible. But happily, we have another 20-some-odd countries, and we're heading to more than 30 that will be doing the same thing. These are long-term commitments to Ukraine.
I want to ask about what it would take for the U.S. to change its policy on how far Ukraine can shoot weapons into Russia. And I'm drawing for that question, I reached out to colleagues in our Kyiv bureau, including Ukrainian colleagues. I was curious what they would want to ask you. They want to know, does Washington want Ukraine to win or not?
I think if you look at the last 2.5 years, it's hard to conclude that anyone has done more for Ukraine to assure its success than the United States of America. And that will continue for as long as we have anything to say about it. Now,
that is true, but they would point out they're being asked to fight with one hand tied behind their back.
Every step along the way, we've tried to make sure that we're adapting and adjusting to the realities on the ground, to what's actually happening, to make sure that Ukrainians have what they need when they need it. But often it's not as simple as it seems. Let me give you an example. At various points during these last 2.5 years, one weapon system or another has made its way into the headlines. Maybe it's F-16s, which, as you noted, are in the process of being delivered. Maybe it's an Abrams tank, some other system. And there seems to be this binary question, oh, we give it to them or we don't. But it's not as simple as that. It's not enough to give them a weapon system. They have to be able to use it. They have to be able to maintain it. It has to be part of a cohesive strategy. And so as we've done these things, and Lloyd Austin has done an extraordinary job bringing together more than 50 countries in support of Ukraine's defense, but also working through each of these decisions. And again, every step along the way as necessary, we've done more, we've adjusted, we've adapted, and I'm convinced we'll continue to do that.
So on this specific question of Ukraine's ability to use the weapons it is being given to actually attack the enemy that is attacking them, it sounds like that is a conversation that is ongoing?
There's always an ongoing conversation.
Yeah. Okay. Why not make crystal clear Ukraine has a place in NATO? Ukraine will get membership in NATO, put some kind of timeline on it, a year, 2 years, 5 years, I don't know. But just to make clear to Vladimir Putin, we're calling your bluff.
We have made that crystal clear. That's exactly what the last two NATO summit declarations say. Vilnius, Ukraine will become a member of NATO when conditions allow, when all members agree. In this summit, we've talked about the irreversibility of Ukraine's path to NATO. And more than that, I think it's easy to look at the language in a summit declaration and maybe harder to understand what's actually happening in a practical way. We were really determined with this summit to build a bridge to Ukraine's NATO membership because, again, you have to do this in a deliberate, methodical way to make sure that any country coming in is prepared to assume the responsibilities of membership, contributes fully to the alliance, and meets the various requirements. So this last summit really put in place a bridge for Ukraine to go across. For the first time ever, we've stood up a dedicated NATO command whose purpose is basically to help Ukraine cross that bridge. We've never done that before. So I think the direction is clear, and if you're
The
in Moscow,
timeline is TBD, but after the war
timeline
ends?
is based on meeting the various requirements, but I'm convinced that what we put in place will help Ukraine do that quickly.
I want to ask about Americans detained in Russia, including Evan Gershkovich of the Wall Street Journal, who was sentenced this morning to 16 years in prison. Also, Vladimir Karamurza, who was awarded the Pulitzer Prize this year for his columns for the Washington Post. How do we bring them home?
I think you had Roger Carstens here a couple of days ago. Roger, his team, every single day are working to bring unjustly detained Americans home wherever they're held. And of course, when it comes to Evan, when it comes to Paul Whelan in Russia, other Americans, we're working it quite literally every day, looking to see what we can do to get them home. We've had a rather extraordinary track record over the last 3.5 years of doing just that, bringing some 30 Americans home from different places around the world where they were being unjustly detained. All I can tell you is this. We're working it. We're working it as we speak, and we're not going to stop until we get Evan home, we get Paul Whelan home, until we get others home.
Understanding and appreciating that you would not want to get into any details in a public forum of negotiations that may be underway. Is Putin, and many other bad actors in the world, but let's stick with Putin, is he just waiting out Biden? Like, why would he cut a deal on Evan Gershkovich now when it's such a huge bargaining chip for him with the next administration?
Well, you're right. I'm not going to get into the details. Look, any effort to bring any American home is going to be part of a process of back and forth, of discussion, potentially of negotiation. And depending on what the other side is looking for, they'll reach their own conclusions about whether it meets whatever their needs are, and we can bring someone home. And I don't think that's dependent on an election in the United States or anywhere else.
Okay. You talked about how Russia, in your view, has already lost, that they're facing a bigger, stronger NATO than 3 years ago. Are U.S. sanctions, are Western sanctions on Russia working? And can you name for us a single example of where they have prompted Vladimir Putin to behave better?
I think we make a mistake if we look at the question of whether a sanction has succeeded solely on the question of has it immediately changed behavior. Because what we know is this. The sanctions that we've been able to impose, and not just us, dozens of countries around the world in an extraordinary coordinated effort that actually started before the Russian invasion of Ukraine. When we saw it coming, we got prepared. We brought countries together. We planned out what we were going to do. And in all the months since, we have added collectively to the pressure on Russia. But what does that mean in practice? It means that everything that so many countries around the world can do easily, it's much harder for them to do. Everything that we can do cheaply, it's much more costly for them to do. And this has a growing, powerful weight on Russia's economy and on Russia's future. You have a combination of sanctions, export controls, a brain drain from Russia. At one point, more than 1 million people had left. Some have gone back, but the ones who have left tend to be the best and the brightest who are contributing to Russia's future. Its ability to move forward with critical industries, whether it's defense aerospace, whether it's energy exploration, all of those have a heavier and heavier weight on them. Now, it's also true the Russians have found workarounds, and particularly in their relationship with North Korea, with Iran, and unfortunately with China. They have found ways to keep the defense industrial base moving so that they can continue to prosecute the aggression against Ukraine. But as I'm looking at it, as I'm looking at Russia's future, if this weight remains imposed on them, that future is harder and darker, and that's not what we want, and it was certainly not what we wanted when we started. But it's a reality that they have imposed upon themselves.
Yeah. How are you thinking about that, about the unintended consequence of Russia being driven closer to North Korea, China, and Russia? How are you thinking about that axis, alliance? Like, what's the term you're using?
Well, I think we've seen two things. We have seen that, although that was something that was in the works for a long time, and maybe some of it's accelerated as a result of the war in Ukraine. But we've also seen something else that's been quite remarkable. I've been doing this for more than 30 years. I have not seen a time when there's been greater convergence between the United States and our European partners and our partners in Asia in terms of the approach to Russia, but also in terms of the approach to China than we're seeing right now. We built convergence across the Atlantic, we built it across the Pacific, and we built it between the Atlantic and the Pacific. So I would take our team and the countries that we're working with than anything that Russia's been able to put together. Beyond that, I think they're going to be, and we've already seen a lot of strains in these groupings. It's not particularly good for your reputation to be working closely with Russia and helping it perpetuate its war in Ukraine. So I think China is very uncomfortable in the position it's in, but for now, we do have a challenge, which is China is providing not weapons, unlike North Korea and Iran, but it's providing the inputs for Russia's defense industrial base. 70% of the machine tools that Russia's importing come from China. 90% of the microelectronics come from China, and that's going into the defense industrial base and turning into missiles and tanks and other weapons. We've called out China on that. We have sanctioned Chinese companies, but more to the point, so have many others, and we just saw that in Europe a couple of weeks ago. And China can't have it both ways. It can't all at once be saying that it's for peace in Ukraine when it is helping to fuel the ongoing pursuit of the war by Russia. It can't say that it wants better relations with Europe when it is actually helping to fuel the greatest threat to Europe's security since the end of the Cold War.
On China, last year on this stage, you talked about your goal of putting stability back in the U.S. China relationship. I think you used the phrase putting a floor under it, and trying to make sure that competition doesn't tip into conflict. Have you succeeded?
I believe we have. When we were last year, I guess it was after an initial trip that I made to China, and then many of my colleagues followed, Secretary Yellen, Secretary Raimondo, and we've done a number of things. And of course, President Biden, President Xi, in late November in San Francisco. We've done a number of things that are critical. We have restored regular high-level engagements between our countries, and that's vitally important because if you want to avoid any kind of unintended conflict, you've got to start by talking, by communicating, and we've restored that. And there's a steady drumbeat of these engagements, these communications, including restoring critically these military-to-military communications.
How often do you speak to your Chinese counterpart?
I speak to him on a fairly regular basis, and I'll be seeing him next week, in fact, in Laos. But that's important. But it's important for two reasons. It's important, first, to make sure that, again, we have clarity and we're not getting into something that's unintended. It's also important because, one, we're able to communicate very clearly on areas where we disagree, so at least China knows where we're coming from, just as we know where they're coming from. We have that on the South China Sea. We have that on Taiwan. We have that on overcapacity now. These are critical. But there's another aspect to this. I'll just mention it quickly. This relationship cannot be put on a bumper sticker. At least if it can be, it's maybe
a very
long bumper sticker, a large bumper sticker. Because it's the most consequential and the most complex relationship we have. There are aspects of really competition, which is probably the fundamental way I define it, but also contestation, but also cooperation. And we found places where it's in our mutual interest to actually cooperate, even as we're competing very vigorously for the future and shaping the future. Fentanyl is one of them.
Yeah.
Single #1 killer of Americans between the ages of 18 to 45. 40% of Americans know someone who died from an opioid overdose. We've, of course, been going at this for a long time and trying to make sure that when it comes to the chemical precursors, the ingredients that go into making fentanyl and that are mostly now manufactured in China for perfectly legal reasons, but then get diverted illegally, come to Mexico, get synthesized into fentanyl, come into the United States. We've wanted to make sure that China is actually doing what it needs to do to curb the flow of those precursors. And this is something that President Biden negotiated with President Xi when they met in November in San Francisco. We've now seen it's a good start, but it's not enough. Cooperation, finally, on doing just that.
On Taiwan, China has signaled pretty aggressively. It hates Taiwan's new president. This spring, they mounted bigger than ever military drills simulating a blockade. How worried Just quick update in this moment. How worried should we be? How worried are you about developments in the Taiwan Strait?
Well, this too is something, of course, that we're tracking all the time, not just the Taiwan Strait, South China Sea. We've seen Second Thomas Shoal with the Philippines as well come up again in the news. Look, I think this goes back to the point I was making about convergence a little earlier. One of the things that we've done is in sort of building bridges between Europe and Asia and thinking about the big challenges that we face, is raise the recognition far away from the Taiwan Strait that if there were to be a crisis over Taiwan, it would be a crisis that affects quite literally everyone in the world, not just the immediate neighbors. 50% of commercial cargo traffic goes through those straits every day. 70% of the semiconductors that the world relies on manufactured in Taiwan. So we've now seen over the last year and a half, a chorus of countries from far afield really impressing upon China the imperative of not having a crisis, not stirring the pot, not disturbing the status quo, preserving peace and stability. The more you have that collective weight on China, I think the more they're likely to not lead us in that direction.
Speaking of convergence, of connectivity, this huge global outage underway that I think is sabotaging all of our flights out of Aspen right now as we speak.
Is that a bad thing?
There's that. We may all be on your plane on the way home this afternoon, current rate. What's your understanding of what happened? And I guess the bigger picture, what does it tell us about our vulnerabilities? That a software update can blow out flights worldwide and many other things this morning.
Well, my best understanding is it was exactly that. There was some kind of glitch in a software update. This was not to the best of my knowledge now, a malicious attack of any kind. But look, it does underscore some very basic things. We have to continue to build resilience in our systems. We have to continue to build redundancy. We have to continue to diversify so we're not reliant as best possible on any single point of failure. That's something we've been very much engaged in. We've been doing that with supply chains across the world, building coalitions of countries to make sure that we're coordinating on supply chains, building new ones, and making sure that if we see a problem, we can address it immediately.
Yeah. On challenges to our democracy here at home, I remember interviewing you when you were a baby Secretary of State, February 2021. You just started the job, and you were speaking about the importance of advancing American values worldwide. And I asked you, is that harder when our values are under siege here at home? Which sadly feels like a very relevant question again. When you speak with your foreign counterparts, are they worried about instability here at home leading to instability everywhere?
Well, first, I think many of our friends and partners share the horror that I think every American felt at the attack on former President Trump, at the attempted assassination, at the killing of an incredible family man who lost his life trying to protect his family. And for Americans, you know, we say that political violence is unacceptable, and of course it is, but it's also been a thread in our history, as everyone knows all too well, and something that each and every time you hope is the last time that we see it. But for me, going around the world and talking to people about this, I think the greatest strength that we bring to a crisis of this kind, to an attack on our democracy at home, even to the divisions that we have at home, which are real, which are profound, is the way we approach them, is what we actually do in response. And the hallmark of this country, heretofore, has always been to confront our challenges, to confront our differences, openly, transparently, not to pretend they don't exist, not to sweep them under the rug, but to engage them, even when it's ugly, even when it's incredibly, and the importance of openness, of transparency, of a willingness to confront our own demons, our own problems.
But is that the way thank you, yes. Is that the way the foreign leaders you're interacting with see it? I'm imagining you must get some pretty tough questions about things like an attempted assassination, the apparent inability of our Secret Service to prevent that attempt, a sense that things are out of control in the U.S. I mean, that must have some impact on America's ability to lead and wield influence on all kinds of things.
Again, I really think it's all in the response, and that's an ongoing matter. Let's see where the facts take us. Let's make sure we understand exactly what happened. Let's see what we do in response to that. And let's focus on the way that we do it. If we can continue to do this together, as has been the case in the past, even with the arguments, even with the divisions. Look, every single time up to now, even when we've had these terrible moments in our history, we have managed to emerge on the other side, and usually stronger and better off. Now, it's no guarantee for the future, but again, I feel strongly, as long as we continue to confront these challenges directly, openly, transparently, we'll get through them.
A question that I put to Bill Burns on this stage last year that I want to put to you. What should we be focused on that we are not? I've just asked you about the Middle East and Russia and Ukraine, and is there a place, an issue, a country, a person that journalists should ask you about and we don't?
Well, you know, if I gave you an answer to that question, that would mean that I'm sort of tipping you off to a real problem we have that we don't want to talk about because the answer is too complicated, and then I get myself in trouble.
Go ahead and tip us off.
But nonetheless, no, I think, look, most of the challenges are readily apparent, and there's some places that are not getting the attention that they probably deserve because there's only so much that people can digest. Sudan, right now, is probably the worst humanitarian crisis in the world. And yet it's not getting the attention it deserves. It is from our administration. We're intensely focused on it, more to come in the days and weeks ahead. But the fallout from that, not just in human costs, but in everything that could happen beyond Sudan, is something we have to be aware of. There are obviously profound changes that are going on throughout our societies that will have huge implications for the coming years and decades, and it's important to try to get ahead of them. I'll give you just a couple of quick examples there. Just in the last 3 years, we've worked hard to reorganize my own department, the State Department, to make sure that it was actually fit for purpose for the world that we're living in now, not the world that the State Department was dealing with for the previous 50 years. We stood up a new Bureau on Global Health to make sure that we're prepared and working to prevent and, as necessary, deal with the next pandemic. We stood up a bureau on cyber policy, digital policy, emerging technology, to make sure that the United States is at the forefront in helping to define, to shape the rules, the norms, the standards by which all of this technology is going to be used. We stood up a China House. We have something called the Global Engagement Center, which is focused on a front in the current great power competition that is maybe the most intense, one of the most important, but of course is something that doesn't get the focus that it might deserve from all of us, and that's the information front.
Yeah.
To make sure that we're effectively, as best we can, dealing with misinformation, dealing with disinformation. We now have agreements with nearly 20 countries to work collaboratively on doing just that. And then we have to look at what the world's going to look like going forward. We're heading over the next 20 or 30 years for peak population, and we're going to see declining populations around the world. Our basic model of economic growth is in jeopardy because we're going to have fewer productive workers, we're going to have an older population, we're going to have fewer people being able to produce things in our factories, fewer people able to buy things. Now, it may be that all of the extraordinary technology that's coming forward will lead to extraordinary increases in productivity and be able to overcome that, but we have an emerging gap, a gap that's growing wider between the number of people who are coming on to employment age around the world and the number of jobs that are available for those people. These are the kinds of things that we have to be very, very mindful of. And I'll give you one other example. If you're looking at how governments are responding to aging populations in so many of our democracies, understandably, they're doing what any democratic country would do, and even non-democratic countries. They're devoting resources to that population, to that segment of the population. It means they're taking resources away from younger generations. And younger generations in that way are losing political power relative to older generations. And to the extent they believe that working through the democratic process, they will not be able to achieve what they want in trying to provide support, help for their lives, for their futures, they may start to look at doing other things. This is where populism becomes incredibly appealing. This is something that we have to be very cognizant about around the world.
Speaking of the younger generation, last question. We have a terrific program here, Rising Leaders.
Yes.
Is there,
I met with the group yesterday.
Yes.
By the way, when I met with them, I said, if you're rising leaders, I guess that makes me a descending leader.
You may have shared this with them. If so, share it with the rest of us. Hit us with your best piece of advice. What do you wish 25-year-old Tony Blinken had known?
I guess maybe my best piece of advice, I don't know if it's best piece of advice, but certainly what I'd share is this. As I've had the great privilege and fortune of being able to go around the world these last 3.5 years on behalf of the United States, and as we've confronted so many challenges, and as an American citizen, as I look at our own country, I think that the most potent poison in our common well is dehumanization, the inability to see the humanity in someone else. And when that sets in, everything good becomes so much harder, everything bad becomes so much more possible. So my biggest piece of advice to anyone who's engaged in public policy, anyone who's engaged in a debate about any policy, is focus on the humanity of the person on the other side of the table. Understand where they're coming from, what they're all about, what their aspirations are. Recognize how much we actually have in common underneath all of these differences. If we put the focus there, if we end or minimize the terrible dehumanization that we see in so many places around the world, then I'm more than convinced, I know that the best of humanity is not only possible, it's what will happen. If we fail, if we don't do that, then what is a very dangerous world is going to get a lot more dangerous. And what is divided societies in so many places will become even more divided. And that will be a loss for everyone. But I've seen these bridges being built in so many places that I go to. I've met so many people who are doing that every single day, that are people who are finding the humanity in the other. So to me, that's our most important challenge.
Thank you. I want to thank Aspen. I want to thank Aspen for giving us a forum for these questions, and I want to thank you, Secretary Blinken, for fielding them.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And enjoy your... You can't get out of here on a flight.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you can please take your seats. Thank you. We were very grateful to hear notes of optimism and notes of idealism from Secretary of State Blinken, and we are now going to do something that apparently has become deeply unfashionable in Washington, D.C., but we celebrate it. We are talking to 3 of our distinguished senators of the United States on a totally bipartisan basis. And we're very lucky to have with us Chris Coons, the U.S. Senator from Delaware, who serves on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee and the Human Rights Caucus, Senator John Cornyn from the great state of Texas, who serves on the Intelligence Committee and is responsible for so much of the legislation that's keeping us in the technological lead, like the CHIPS and Science Act we've been talking about, and Senator Dan Sullivan, the U.S. Senator from Alaska, who serves on the Armed Services Committee and has been really instrumental in ensuring that Ukraine has the military aid that it needs, and is also a former colleague of mine at the U.S. State Department. And to interview these senators, we have Ellen Nakashima from the Washington Post. Please help me welcome them on stage. Thank you.
Good morning. It's great to be with you here today and with 3 distinguished senators who may be from different parties but are well-versed in bipartisanship and in working together, passing legislation together, going on fact-finding trips together. And while there may be some policy differences, they are very much aligned with the Aspen credo of using spirit of leadership and collaboration to try to work through these challenges to help make this a better world. I want to start with some current events, including the Republican convention in Milwaukee, and wanted to start with you, Senator Cornyn. As I know, I was, expecting Donald Trump to give an acceptance speech that was more about unity and changing the tone. And while it started on a somewhat contemplative note about surviving last Saturday's assassination attempt, it quickly reverted to some more familiar Trump tone territory, being a little more divisive and demeaning, and recalling the Trump of 2016 and 2020. Senator Cornyn, as a potential next leader of Senate Republicans, I just was wondering what you thought of that speech and that tone, and does it help at all with the undecideds in your party? And then how do you think, did it do anything to reassure allies who might be nervous about what a potential return of Trump might mean in terms of a transactional approach to diplomacy and the erosion of democratic institutions and the moral authority of the U.S. on the global stage? Short question.
Thanks for the softball.
Right off the bat.
So, obviously, anytime you're speaking to a group, you consider the audience. And I think the audience there in Milwaukee expected President Trump to do exactly what he did. Obviously, the trauma of the near assassination was the top of mind. This was unfortunately a terrible failure by the Secret Service. But we'll have plenty of time to do an investigation and look at exactly what happened and what should have happened. But obviously, we would never want this to occur to any leader, any political leader in our country. But you're not going to change Donald Trump. And I think people get frustrated when they think all of a sudden he's going to wake up tomorrow and be something different than what he is. But I happen to believe that the 4 years that President Trump was in office were a good 4 years for the country. Chris Coons may disagree with me on that. I wish the president would talk more about the accomplishments of those 4 years, but you also have to consider the audience that was there. But in terms of the future, we'll see what happens on November the 5th. Again, I expect Chris and I have a different hopes and wishes and dreams in terms of that outcome, but we have enormous challenges facing our country fiscally, from a national security standpoint, and the only way we're going to be able to solve these problems are working together to the extent we possibly can. That doesn't mean that occasionally we won't use the budget reconciliation to do things with the 51 vote majority rather than a 60 vote majority. But as you know, if you're going to do anything lasting, it has to be bipartisan. That's the fact of life. Some people in the Republican primary don't like that. They think, well, we ought to be able to get everything we want. But the fact of the matter is, the world does not work that way. So I'm looking forward to the opportunities next year, but I don't want to understate the complexity and the gravity of what it is we're going to have to do. But I'm glad to know I've got friends and allies like Chris Coons and Dan Sullivan to do that with.
Great. Senator Sullivan, with his pick of J.D. Vance as his running mate, Trump seems to have consolidated the, what you might call, isolationist or protectionist wing of the Republican Party. J.D. Vance has said he doesn't care what happens to Ukraine, and former President Trump has suggested he might not defend Taiwan, accusing it of taking America's chip business. Trump said last night, quote, "We will not let countries come in and take our jobs and plunder our nation. The way they will sell their product in America is build it in America and only in America." Senator, has there been a fundamental reassessment in the party of America's role in the world? Is this a retrenchment of the conservative internationalism of Reagan, sometimes called the peace through strength? Do you agree with the new direction of your party?
Well, Alan, that's another softball, so appreciate that. By the way, it's always great to be here. Excuse me, I kind of lost my voice. I was at the convention the last 3 days.
Doing a lot of cheering?
Well, I was doing a lot of press, actually.
Which is the hard way.
And, you know, sometimes you got to raise your voice with our media, so I'm not going to do that with you, though. I'm going to be really calm. But I always, you know, I think some of you know I work for one of the great honors of my life. I worked for Condoleezza Rice for over 5 years, and so I always like being here. And you know, I was pre-med in college. For my first 2 years, I was flunking organic chemistry, and I took this, truly flunking organic chemistry, and I took this course at Harvard called International Conflicts by this really great professor, Joe Nye, and I started thinking, well, maybe I'm not going to be a doctor, right? So it's always good to be here with them. Look, you know, there's been a lot of focus on J.D. Vance. He's a friend of mine, really smart guy. He's got a lot of great attributes, one of which is really understands working Americans, was raised in a tough situation in Ohio, saw the deindustrialization of his communities and cares deeply about those, and saw the devastation of things like the opioid crisis and the fentanyl crisis. By the way, one thing, and I was breaking news in Milwaukee on this, my team researched it. There's never been a Marine who's been president of the United States. There's never been a Marine who's been vice president of the United States. And J.D. Vance, like me, is a Marine, and I certainly hope that he's going to make history that way. For all the Marines in the audience, you know what I mean. But in all seriousness, to your question, the media was focused a lot on the pick of J.D. Vance. What they didn't focus on is the platform. I actually have it right here. And you talk, so I mean it, it's really good. It's a Reagan-esque peace through strength platform. As a matter of fact, the title of this chapter on national security is A Return to Peace Through Strength. That's what the Republican platform is.
Was that the last number 10? Or?
This is chapter 10 in the very concise 16-page platform. In all seriousness, I encourage everybody here to read it. You know, it's short. Marsha Blackburn was the chair on the Senate side. Mike Waltz, who's a strong, defense member of the House, was the chair on the House side. When President Trump read it, edited it. I'm not sure President Biden's going to edit the 240-page Democrat platform. But in all seriousness, it talks about modernizing the military. It talks about strengthening alliances. It talks about reviving our defense industrial base. That's an area where I've worked with J.D. Vance on really, really closely. That is a huge challenge right now. We have no ability to build weapons. We have no ability to build ships. And, you know, I'm usually the more right-leaning member who comes here, but I am going to say this is a huge difference between the Democrats and Republicans. On the Democratic side, you look at Carter, Clinton, Obama, and now Biden. When they get into power, they always cut defense spending and undermine readiness. President Biden has put forward 4 budgets, each of which is a defense inflation-adjusted cut. This budget shrinks the Army, shrinks the Navy, shrinks the Marine Corps. Next year's two years Biden budget will be, in 2 years, below 3% of GDP. We've been below 3% of GDP 4 times since World War II. That is the wrong direction, and our platform is very much focused on rebuilding our military and readiness, and that's in the platform.
Let me give Senator Coons an opportunity to respond. You're on Senate Appropriations, and I think know a thing or two about the budgeting process.
Ellen, let me, before we dive into the full-on, let me just say I'm grateful to have these 2 colleagues with me in front of this audience. I do think this is a moment where our allies and partners around the world, many of whom have been represented here in the last few days, and anxious Americans need to be reassured that there are strong bipartisan relationships in the Senate. I have traveled, I have legislated, I respect both of these gentlemen, led an amazing CODEL to the border and to Mexico City that had strong bipartisan engagement to look at some of our toughest policy issues. Senator Sullivan led a recent CODEL I was on to Taiwan, to Singapore. Together we were on a C-17 full of vaccines to Taiwan at the height of the pandemic and a trip to South Korea. I respect these men. I work well with these men. I have legislated with these men. It is important that folks realize the Senate is a center of stability, in particular on national security and foreign policy, and that whole raft of things that our very capable Secretary of State said, yes, there are all these other issues that we need more time and capacity to focus on. I'll just pick one, Sudan. I'm about to introduce a bipartisan bill on Sudan with Senator Risch, not a liberal. Figuring out how we have a continuous focus on foundational issues of our values and stability and our democracy, regardless of who is president, is what I believe the framers envisioned as the role for the Senate. Yes, that deserves a round of applause for a moment. Forgive me. I am a defense appropriator, and I will simply say this briefly. The annual appropriations bills signed into law, which is quite different from the posturing of the budget proposals of every president, have made substantial investments, in particular in our defense industrial base. And Dan, it is just not true that we have no capacity to build ships and no capacity for munitions. I will agree with you, we don't have enough. Yeah. And I know that's what you meant to say. And I frankly think that if we had more time to go into more detail, I agree with Senator Sullivan more than I disagree about the urgency of our need for innovation, for rebuilding the capacity to manufacture in the United States, not just cutting-edge weapons and material, but everything. And I would argue that President Biden has led efforts that have been broadly bipartisan to invest in America, to invest in our infrastructure. The CHIPS and Science Act was strongly bipartisan. The investments we've made and the strategic advances we've made in the Indo-Pacific, for example, in AUKUS, which is bringing together a strategic alliance around manufacturing of submarines, one of our most critical strategic advantages. There have been strong moves by both parties to embrace this need. And if I had one comment, it's we need to have a sense of urgency, to not overly politicize just how critical this moment is, and to find a path forward no matter who the next president is. I think Joe Biden has a very strong record on manufacturing in America, and I'm thrilled if the Republican platform, which I have not yet read, also calls for strong investment in manufacturing in America.
Just real quick, Chris is correct. That was a bit of an exaggeration. It's not that we have no capacity. but our capacity for munitions, for submarines, for ships has dramatically atrophied. And we're in a real dangerous world right now. We all agree with that. And I think getting our defense industrial base and our ability to produce weapons and innovations with the Pentagon is critical. And so, point well taken.
Okay, great.
So let me just weigh in just a second. We're not going to do this by maintaining the status quo in terms of our annual appropriations process. Bob Gates, who I had the great pleasure of visiting with again this morning, told me a few years back, he said, the worst thing Congress could do is pass a continuing resolution. What do? We pass continuing resolutions almost routinely. But the fact of the matter is we're not going to be able to do what we need to do in terms of keeping the peace by being the deterrence to dictators, tyrants, autocrats around the world spending 3% of GDP on defense. We're now spending more money on interest on the debt than we are on defense. That's unsustainable.
So you want to raise the amount of spending too?
I want to look at the $6 trillion that the federal government spends each year, put all that on the table and say, what are our priorities? Right. I think maintaining the peace and maintaining American primacy in the world is the number1 priority. Everything else comes after that.
What percent of GDP do you think you would be optimal?
Well, I think the number is, more.
5% is.
Well, I agree with
Wicker's.
Senator Wicker, who wrote, I think is in the Washington Post in an
Yes.
editorial, he said we need to get to 5%. But as we've discussed already at this conference, more than just how much we spend, it's how we spend
And
it.
what you spend.
And we got a lot of work to do on that front.
Great. I want to get back to that, but first I have to throw Senator Coons a softball. And I can't ignore the elephant in the room, but I want to ask you to reflect on another matter that's top of mind. You're a close friend of President Biden, co-chair of his campaign, and I know you're incredibly proud of the achievements of the past 3 years of this administration. But the last 3 weeks must have been incredibly difficult for you, as calls have mounted on Biden to leave.
Great softball so far, Ellen.
I'm sure they're difficult for him. What factors do you think he is weighing or has been weighing as he decides how to proceed?
That's it?
I want to hear the answer, and then I'll
Look,
follow
just
up.
to be brief, because this is an internal party matter and a matter of the campaign that is playing out very publicly. I think our president is weighing what he should weigh, which is who is the best candidate to win in November and to carry forward the Democratic Party's values and priorities in this campaign. He has been an exceptional president. He has campaigned effectively. He has led effectively. I'll just briefly reference last week, which was, unless I misremember, the NATO summit.
Right.
And folks like me, who after what was a very bad debate performance said, you got to get out there, you got to do more work, you got to campaign harder, you got to do press conferences, you got to do long-form interviews. He had a week where we had our 31 NATO allies and 5 other heads of state, at least, in Washington. And he chaired bilat after bilat, meeting after meeting, 3 days of a NATO summit, strongest NATO's ever been, did a press conference, did campaign events, did campaign rallies, and there are folks still saying he is not strong enough or capable enough to be our next president. I disagree.
Okay. Certainly.
I'll note for the record that was not really meant to be an applause line, but thank you to the very few of you who applauded.
Have you talked to him recently in the last few days at all?
I'm not going to get into the
Okay.
details of our private conversations, but I am confident he is hearing what he needs to hear from colleagues, from the public, from folks. The number of people who've given me input this week from here, people I grew up with in Delaware, former roommates, ex-girlfriends, people I didn't realize still had my cell phone number. I mean, with all due respect,
What did they say?
Literally people who ride the train with me, people who are my neighbors, people who are journalists, people who are friends. There is a lot of concern and anxiety about this because the stakes are so significant. The consequences of this election are profound. The differences between our two candidates, our likely nominee Joe Biden, the nominee Donald Trump, the differences are stark. And the differences in our parties are stark. and there is a huge amount of concern about the consequences of this election. The one thing that unites every Democrat I've heard from is they believe Donald Trump should not be returned to the White House. And I will say this, not meaning to be overly sharp. His former Vice President, Secretary of Defense, Chief of Staff, and National Security Advisor have also said he should not be returned to the White House. And I think we should listen to that group of individuals who had direct experience with his leadership capabilities. I recognize that this is a sharp and partisan issue, and I did not mean to open the can, but you did.
No,
So
well,
here we are.
Okay. Now I'm going to close it for a little bit because time is running and I have the world to get through here. I don't think we'll get all the way through it, but let me at least talk a little bit about NATO, the summit last week in Washington, and obviously, you know, you mentioned some of the partners that came and met and projected sort of a sense of unity and support for the big issue, Ukraine, right? Ukraine came away with some, but not all, of what it wanted. It got reassurances of an irreversible path to membership, but no official invitation or timeline. Secretary Blinken spoke to this a little in the last panel. But I do want to ask you all, do you think NATO should have provided a clearer path, an official invitation with a timeline to 3 years, whatever it is, to send a signal to Vladimir Putin that the alliance is dead serious about backing Ukraine and is in it for the long term? Anyone?
I think we have taken consistent and strong action before, during, and after Russia's broad spectrum invasion now just over 2 years ago. I think the strategic sharing of intelligence in advance of the invasion, I think building a coalition, not just of our NATO allies, but of 50 countries around the world who have burden shared with us and have invested as much as we have. And I think the signals that have been sent, both through munitions, through support, through financial investments, and through what Secretary Blinken was talking about, which is strengthening Ukraine's ability, investing in its munitions industry. I do think we are sending all the signals we need to. I don't think we should say, in this many months, you will be admitted to NATO, but I do think we need to send as strong a signal as we possibly can, that we will continue to fight for Ukraine, we'll continue to invest in Ukraine. Look, Republican support for Ukraine in the Senate has been strong, has been encouraging, has been forceful, and so has Democratic support for Ukraine. There is a lot of attention paid to what is a very small segment of the Republican caucus in the House and Senate that has spoken out against funding. And there have been criticisms of the Biden administration for the timing of weapons deliveries.
Yes.
What I wish we would say with one strong and clear voice is there is a consistent, sustained commitment to Ukraine, regardless of the path forward.
I think it's less important what the timeline is for Ukraine's admission into NATO than it is that we continue to support Ukraine and that Putin not prevail. I don't know anybody who believes, I don't know anybody with any sense of history who believes that Putin will stop at Ukraine. And the Ukrainians have been incredible in terms of their will to fight. But I do think there's a very important point with regard to NATO. NATO needs to do more. I think that's something President Trump was very intuitive about years ago when he said NATO needs to step up and do. And I'm not just talking about 2%. We heard on the panel with General Cavoli yesterday, which I actually thought was pretty encouraging, what the European commitment is going to be here. But this is in their backyard, and they know that NATO could well get attacked, and then Article 5 will be invoked and will be involved not only in a regional war, but perhaps something much, much, much more dangerous. But the United States' responsibilities are not regional. We have global responsibilities, but we also have responsibilities to our taxpayers to say we're not going to let other countries free ride on American power. So I think there's an important conversation that is taking place here about what that burden sharing should look like. And I think Europe needs to take more responsibility, and I agree with Dan and others who said that, and Chris said our industrial base is not up to where we need to be. We are playing catch up. And if President Xi decided to pull the trigger tomorrow, we would be in a world of hurt in the Indo-Pacific.
So real quick, go ahead.
I just want to, I would agree with both of my colleagues that a timeline is not something that should have been put forward. Chris mentioned a point. I want to dig into it a little bit more as kind of the other side of the aisle here, but you know, I was a really strong proponent of the National Security Supplemental. We reshaped it. First came from the White House. It was very Ukraine-focused. A number of us said, no, this has to be focused on all of the authoritarian aggression going on in the world. So we added a whole bunch, really, in Indo-Pacific, Taiwan, Israel, that made it more strategically important, but also more politically palatable. But I do think the notion that, you know, we're going to be doing this every 6 months for another $100 billion, that's probably not politically realistic. And then one other thing that I've been a big critic on with President Biden on this is, Chris mentioned it, but look, the way in which this war has been prosecuted on our side has not been so great. On every single weapon system that the Ukrainians come and say they need, and the list is really long. Just in my head, HIMARS, Javelins, Stingers, Patriots, Abrams tanks, ATACMS, F-16s. Every time the Biden administration has delayed those for months, even years. And yet, what happens? The Senate, in a bipartisan way, pushes the White House saying, look, because the White House says, well, this is going to provoke Putin. Provoke Putin? The guy already invaded a country. Get them the weapons they need. We met with President Zelensky 2 weeks ago. After the meeting, I went up to him, where are we on the F-16s? 2 years ago, I hosted some Ukrainian pilots who came to Washington, D.C. You might remember they were kind of famous, the Ghost of Kyiv, who were shooting down MiGs. Unfortunately, one of these guys, call sign Juice, is already dead since we've met with him. They said, we set them up with meetings, senior level Pentagon officials to get F-16s 2 years ago. Bipartisan group of senators, we wrote Austin, we wrote General Milley, get them the F-16s.
So real quickly, sir.
Just let me finish. So Zelensky, 2 weeks ago, I looked at him, where are we in the F-16s? We don't have them yet, Senator. It's 2 years. This is ridiculous. And we have not been in it to win it. Imagine if we had all these weapon systems to Ukrainians at the outset of this war. How different the war could have been. And then finally, we were at the Munich Security Conference. The number one issue that didn't get any press, number one issue at the Munich Security Conference was President Biden's call to halt LNG exports to Europe and Asia. It was the number one issue raised by the Chancellor of Germany with us. Every ally was like, what are they doing? We need energy from America. It saved us. And now you're stopping it? So there's a real challenge, and some Republicans who voted against the National Security Supplemental aren't isolationists. They're just saying, look, this administration's not in it to win it, so I'm not going to support it. So it's a big problem. And we've worked together to try and get this administration to move forward. But that's one of the biggest issues on the Ukraine challenge is the administration's halfway in, and it's not helpful.
Well, real quickly, like one minute answer, please. To your point about pushing the White House to, move weapons in faster, what about the issue of lifting the restraints on firing U.S.-provided long-range weapons into Russia, like using ATACMS to get at airfields from which the Russians are launching glide bombs? Do you think that the administration should lift those restraints? And would you be willing, if so, would you be willing to push them to do so?
Yes.
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 Oh, that was great. Less than 1 minute. Thank you. You hear that, Secretary Blinken?
And Ellen, the F-16s are flying this summer. Secretary Blinken just confirmed that. I respect
We'll see. I don't believe it.
Okay.
Dan.
All right. On U.S. China, the most consequential relationship that the U.S. is engaged in. Though the Obama administration coined the pivot to Asia, the Trump administration gets credit for making a true turn for establishing the idea that China and Russia were strategic competitors with the United States. The Biden administration built on that strategy. It continued Trump tariffs on China, added more export controls on semiconductors bound for China. But where it really has made its mark is strengthening military, economic, and diplomatic partnerships with a range of Indo-Pacific allies and partners, from Japan and the Philippines to Australia and India. How well is this strategy working as a deterrent to China, and how much or what aspects of it do you expect to continue or even expand under a potential Trump administration? Senator Warner?
Well, we're playing catch-up. You know, to me, it's again, a great, incredible contrast between the way that the United States treated communist Russia. We said we can't change them, we got to contain them. But Deng Xiaoping and others said, hide your motives, bide your time, and they welcomed U.S. investment into China, which has helped build them into an economic superpower. And oh, by the way, they use that economy to rearm and to threaten our friends and allies in the region. I think we are still trying to figure this out. I don't think we'll ever decouple from China, but we can. I like the language where people say we need to de-risk. A lot of the work that we've done, for example, the White House has done on export controls of sensitive technology is important. The outbound investment transparency bill that Bob Casey and I introduced, that I know Dan and Chris both support. We need eyes on exactly how that money is being spent, because frankly, there's a lot of American investors who are making money on these investments in China that are dual-use technology that can be used to kill Marines in the Indo-Pacific, and that should cause us all concern.
Okay. All right. I need to move to Taiwan.
Can I just, on that one, Ellen, I would say, as the guy who's kind of been rabble-rousing here a little bit, I think it's a
new role for you, Senator.
It's actually a really strong area of bipartisan agreement in the Senate. The reorientation, which was the proper reorientation that the Trump administration did in their national security strategy document, it really focused on the reemergence of great power competition, the dangers of Xi Jinping, and just look at what they're doing all over the world, not just in the Taiwan Strait and others. And then I would say that the Biden administration, building on what the Trump administration did with the Quad, taking that to the leader level, with this new trilateral leader initiative with Korea and Japan and the United States, and very importantly, Chris mentioned early, AUKUS, which has really strong bipartisan support in the Senate. Those are all areas that I think really strengthen us, because our allies are certainly one of our greatest strengths.
And that of future President Trump would continue.
I would imagine, he started, he kind of revived the Quad in a lot of ways. That was actually started by President Bush. President Obama kind of let it go by the wayside, and the Trump administration revived the Quad. President Biden took it to the leaders level. So I would imagine those are initiatives that would continue to get bipartisan support.
What about Taiwan? Former President Trump recently told Bloomberg, I think, that Taiwan should be paying the U.S. for its defense. He said, we're no different than an insurance company. Taiwan doesn't give us anything. Senator Sullivan, how concerned are you that President Trump would not be committed to defense?
President Trump talked about Taiwan a little bit in his speech last night. I like to say on a lot of these issues, the record is probably more important than the rhetoric. I think the Trump administration probably had one of the strongest records with regard to Taiwan of any administration when they were in power. We sent them more weapons during that time than probably any other, certainly the last several administrations combined, and sent high-level delegations, even cabinet officials. So to me, a huge part of what we need to do in the Taiwan Strait is continue to help train them. That isn't getting a lot of press. Maybe it shouldn't be getting a lot of press. To have a military that's capable, if called upon, to respond. My first deployment as a U.S. Marine was to the Taiwan Strait in 1995 and 96, when President Clinton sent 2 carrier strike groups and a Marine amphibious ready group during a very tense time during the Taiwan Strait. And I think one of the most important things we can do, I have legislation on it, is let Xi Jinping know if he invades Taiwan that we will impose massive economic, financial, and energy sanctions on him. My bill's called the Stand With Taiwan Act. It's bipartisan. But those are the 3 layers of deterrence that I think will keep deterrence in the Taiwan Strait unless Xi Jinping wants to roll the dice. And, you know, if that happens, you know, I would certainly hope we defend them.
Quickly, I don't know who said it originally, but I agree with this. All of our policy toward Taiwan ought to be focused on President Xi waking up each morning and saying, not today. And waking up tomorrow
Admiral Phil Davidson.
and saying, not today. And we need to keep that up as much as we can. That should be the focus of our strategy.
Do you think he does that? Did he wake up today, pull back the curtains and say, not today?
Well, he's got the PLA on a path to be ready by 2027, according to published reports. So, but when you have one person making that decision, just as you had Putin be the one guy to make the decision to invade Ukraine, President Xi, we just hope he wakes up on the right side of the bed.
But we are going in the wrong direction. Admiral Aquilino, I think Admiral Paparo, they both talked about overmatch, right? And the overmatch in that region. The Chinese, we are shrinking the Navy. Again, this is a fact. Shrinking the Navy. And by 2027, when Xi Jinping says he wants to be able to invade Taiwan, our Navy will be at about 293 ships. The PLA Navy will be at about 340. So this is really, no, I'm sorry, that number's wrong. It's a much higher number for the PLA. They'll have about 150 more ships. Okay. And our ships are higher quality, but at a certain point, particularly with the Navy, quantity becomes its own quality. And we are getting overmatched in the Indo-Pacific region. That is a fact, and we need to wake up to that.
Final word to you, Senator.
And there is no region of the world and no scenario where the urgency of innovation in our military, in how we harness better what is really our global competitive strength, which is the capability of the United States to innovate solutions and to do it more quickly. That is a real challenge for us in the defense space. But if there's a lesson from Ukraine, it's that our partnerships and our alliances matter deeply, and we need to continue to invest in owning and earning and sustaining the trust of our partners and allies in the Indo-Pacific, as well as in Europe and in the global South. And we have to invest more in being prepared for conflict globally, and part of that means investing more here. I frankly think the single greatest strategic threat to the United States is our political division. And if anything good has come out of what was a tragic day on Saturday,
well said.
It is a reduction in the temperature. I am proud that our president picked up the phone and called his political opponent and conveyed the prayers and best wishes of Jill and Joe Biden to former President and First Lady Trump, and that we, hopefully in front of you, have shown that while we have strong policy differences, we know each other, we respect each other, and we intend to continue working hard to keep our country safe. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Cornyn, Senator Kuhn, Senator Sullivan, and Ellen. Thanks. Great. Well, I'm honored to introduce our next panel on a very important topic, particularly given the events of the last 8 hours. Securing trust in the global digital economy, cyber fraud, and emerging threats. Our panelists today are Sir Jeremy Ian Fleming, who's the former director of GCHQ, John Huntsman Jr., who's the vice chair of MasterCard and the former U.S. ambassador to China and Russia, Ann Neuberger, who's the deputy assistant to the president and deputy national security advisor for cyber and emerging technologies, Kent Walker, the president of global affairs for Google, and today will be moderated by Steve Clements. Please join me in welcoming them to the stage.
Good morning, everyone. Let's see, we've almost got, come on, Governor, Ambassador, Vice Chairman, Huntsman. Let's go to work. Hi, everyone. If you didn't hear all that, we have on stage right now 4 individuals who, you know, I wonder how much they trust that their emails are getting to where they're supposed to go. We have 4 people on here. We're talking about trust, our digital world, the threat landscape, and we have 4 individuals who are probably the 4 most targeted people in the world by hackers. I know that's true with you, John. John was our ambassador. John Huntsman, vice chairman of MasterCard, was our ambassador as well to Russia and to China. That must be fun. To have them watching, you know, looking at you all the time. He was also the former governor of Utah. We have Kent Walker, of course, who is president of Google World, Google Global Policy. Of course, we have Ann Neuberger. Ann is the specialist deputy assistant to the president and deputy national security advisor for cyber and emerging technology in the U.S. And we have Sir Jeremy Fleming, who says he is no relation to Ian Fleming and, of course, James Bond, but he headed the UK intelligence agency. It's great to have you all here. So, Ann, how's your morning been?
That's a great way to start what's now, I think, the afternoon. So, as you would expect, morning started with a 4 a.m. call from the Situation Room to highlight the issue that occurred with CrowdStrike. And I think it highlights both the degree to which our economies, our national security are now digital and interconnected in a fundamental way. So where that started was essentially quickly pulling together the U.S. interagency, first to assess what's the impact on U.S. government critical services, second, to assess sector by sector, what's the impact to power in the country, to hospitals in the country, to 911 systems, the National Suicide Hotline. And just, we continue to do those calls until we have a good picture now of where we are. Of course, I also put a call into the CEO of CrowdStrike to say, how are you? Is there anything the U.S. government can do to help? Do you think this is
how
malicious?
did George Kurtz sound?
He sounded thoughtful, as one would, and like he'd been up for a number of hours already. And finally, do you think this is malicious, right? And I think very much at this point, we believe that it is an IT-related, a patch, an issue with that patch. I think they're determining what went on there. But it does highlight the need for us, when we are such a digitally connected country and global economy. I also reached out to a number of my counterparts around the world to see if they needed any support from us or they needed to really share information. In such a global interconnected economy, we need to ensure that we have the resilience, further to the question.
So take it just a notch further, and then I want to go to our other colleagues and say, you know, ask if you were a nefarious player and you wanted to play in this world of hyperconnectivity. I mean, I remember, we have Zoe Baird in the room. I think Zoe's here. Zoe was at the Markle Foundation. We're at New America. We began 25 years ago, trying to sort of look at what would broadband do to society and how do you develop trust and inclusiveness? How do you get this right? And as you look about it, and now we're coming into an AI world and a much more connected world, have we replaced a highly connected world that was supposed to decrease fear, increase trust, and if we replaced it with a high fear connected world, and is that where we're at, that we can't feel comfortable and safe and secure, even if a nefarious player is not behind this incident? I couldn't get into my room last night because they couldn't make a key. I couldn't get on to an Australia TV hit in the middle of the night because Australia TV was shut down. So all over the world, this had an impact. So are we now in a high fear connected world rather than a high trust connected world?
I think we're in a world where we have to work much more rapidly so that individuals can have confidence in the digital systems underpinning our lives. What was so interesting about this morning incident is a lot of what we've been doing in governments, in strong partnerships between government and private sector, has been improving our digital defenses, locking down our digital defenses. The irony of this morning is that a major international cybersecurity company was impacted. So we need to really think about our digital resilience, not just in the systems we run, but in the globally connected security systems, the risks of consolidation, how we deal with that consolidation, and how we ensure that if an incident does occur, it can be contained and we can recover quickly. So there's work to be done to build that resilience because, frankly, as you mentioned, in a physical world, impact could be contained far more narrowly, both in routine impact as well as on the geography of the battlefield. In a digital world, because of that connectivity and the speed, we need resilience to be at the same speed.
Sir Jeremy Fleming, not just because you have a British accent, but I know you were one of the great spy masters of the world. And so with homage to Austin Powers, if there was a Dr. Evil instigating an incident like this that may be an accident, maybe not, but it definitely exposes something when you see something like this. I'm interested in the kind of geopolitical and even the non-state actors that are out there trying to trigger a meltdown in modern, connected societies that want to be safe and secure and grow. I mean, how do you look at the bad, the evil players out there?
Yeah, I think that's the first time I've had an Austin Powers reference in a question. Look, and thank you for bringing out my middle name. I'm going to have a word with the organisers because I think I'm the only one on the programme that has my middle name in it. It was obviously a sick joke by my parents. I'm also reminded, being back here in Aspen, the first time that I really came across American industry and high tech was as part of the Markle Foundation. And coming here and finding that the way in which America was working, the way in which the technology was going, and also starting to understand some of these resilience questions. I think resiliency that's an American word, isn't it? But resilience questions.
I think it is.
This is not something that's new, but it has been accelerated by technology and by our dependence and by the interconnectivity that Anne has outlined there. Look, is there a Dr. Evil out there? Well, not in that way. Someone petting a small white cat. But there are literally thousands of people that aren't state actors that are benefiting enormously from criminality in these sorts of systems and from, if you like, the lack of trust and confidence that we have in these systems. And in many ways, I worry about that a lot more than a nefarious state actor. I mean, of course I worry about that. And some of the experience that we've seen here in America, some of the way in which state actors have gone after critical national infrastructure here, which can only be seen as pre-positioning. We must worry about that. But it's criminality and the way that undermines trust in the whole system. The crime that you're most likely to suffer in the UK, I think it's the same here, is now a cybercrime. It's a fraud crime. And the reality is that our systems are very poor at dealing with that. They're very poor at following up on it and imposing any sort of cost on the actors around all of that. So yes, think about an Austin Powers, Dr. Evil, but actually just think about the criminality that is underpinning a lot of these ways in which our trust is being undermined.
Just one quick item though. But if you do have state-made, Astor, you think of China, you think of North Korea, which has sponsored attacks. We know the famous Sony attack long ago, or Belarus, Iran, others that are out there. I think one of the questions in this space, and Jane Harman struggled with this when she was president of the Wilson Centers out there, is the question of how do you set up deterrence? Do we have as much malware in their electric grid as they have in ours? Do we have an ability to send a message and shut down their systems, or make something look like a big accident that that looks a little bit like what we just experienced last night? I mean, is it your experience from a UK perspective in your former role that you can deliver a punch to Vladimir Putin?
I think the reality is that we have to conclude that deterrence isn't working in this space. There have been moments in the last 10 years when I think deterrence has worked. I think there was a high water mark when President Obama called out directly to President Xi what was happening nearly 8 years ago now, but that deterrence was pretty short-lived. There was some deterrence at the start of the Ukraine crisis, I think. I think Russia, by its actions, we could see that it wasn't trying to spill out cyber attacks beyond the immediate theatre. I think some of that has disappeared. So we aren't in a situation at the moment where we have, I think, reliable deterrence. And part of that is because the thinking and the sophistication around thinking on how we push back just isn't nearly developed enough. We are still, without speaking too much out of school, too often the conversation in how to respond becomes a cyber action equals a cyber reaction type conversation. And that's important, but it's not the only way. It needs to be part of a whole of system response. And there definitely is an issue around our risk appetite in Western countries to push back. But we can't do that at the cost of our values, and we can't do that at the cost of legal norms that we've agreed. We have to do that differently.
So Kent Walker and John Huntsman, I want to get you into this, and I want to say, here we've got this digital stew now. We've got a lot of connected people. We have accidents. We may not have enough resiliency. We've got some bad actors there. And you throw into the stew, you're going to put some pepper and salt and a little bit of AI, a whole new coming technological revolution. And we're talking a little bit about trust. So how do you take this stew that we have? And Kent and John, you and I both talked about AI and what can be done. But I'm interested in the question of whether AI will save us all or make this all worse. Kent?
So foundationally, the challenge is huge. And as Sir Jeremy outlines, it goes from the everyday to the nation-state attacks. We have experience on our side, and Google has probably the most attacked websites in the world, but we also keep more people safe than anybody in the world. We have experience starting back in 2010 with the Project Aurora attack coming out of mainland China that led us to totally reinvent our security architecture with defense in depth, with zero trust architecture, multi-factor authentication. These need to be norms for everybody going forward. That's the foundation, because otherwise we're building on weak, decades-old proprietary infrastructure that are shot full of vulnerabilities. And then, Steve, it comes to your question of how can AI help us turn that around, reverse the defender's dilemma, where the defender has to be right every time and the attacker has to be right only once. We are optimistic that AI is actually allowing us to make significant, not transformative yet, but significant progress in being able to identify vulnerabilities, patch holes, improve the quality of coding, and really be integrated into our network architectures far more than ever before. Just yesterday, we announced the Coalition for Secure AI, building on the Safe AI framework, bringing together the leading AI developers and increasingly AI deployers, because it needs both to make sure that we are exchanging best practices, we are finding ways to integrate AI into our everyday security practices, and fundamentally, we are developing secure software supply chains. People think of supply chains as a hardware artifact. It really increasingly now is a software question. You are only as strong as your weakest vendor. How do we make sure that vendors up and down the supply chain have a robust set of standards that they're adhering to? That's going to be critical for all of us.
How do you grade the government as a partner in that effort? Is the government's efforts at setting standards, at looking at security? I know Ann is great, but Ann's not the whole government. But I mean, when you're out there and you're trying to create this consortium, is that consortium smarter than the U.S. government on these issues, smarter than the EU government on these issues? Where are they, or are you trying to carve out areas that you don't want those governments to regulate?
I would say it has gotten a lot better, but I think Ann would agree there's work to be done. Coordination among the federal government agencies, federal and state, and at a breakfast that Ambassador Huntsman sponsored this morning, the private sector working together. Because increasingly, it used to be in the 60s, 2/3 of R&D was done by the federal government in the United States. Now, 80% of R&D is done by the private sector. That's a remarkable shift, and we have to make sure that our mindsets are adjusting to that, so we're bringing the best of U.S. R&D to solve this problem in coordination and with the convening of the federal government.
John, you're now vice chairman at MasterCard, but you've served the public, made public services ambassador to Singapore, Russia, China, been governor of Utah. So you've been on both sides now, the private sector, and actually been a chief executive of a state kind of dealing with these issues. And you've lived in Moscow and Beijing. Which has an interesting, and I'm really interested in this geostrategic moment, which we've known each other for a long time, seems more fragile and uncertain than at any time in my career about when you look forward. And when you look at the world we're in, of kind of looking at how do you build trust when there are so many enemies to trust building out there, how do you navigate it? Either, and you can talk as with your MasterCard hat on, or talk as a governor that was responsible for state, or as an ambassador in two of the most problematic geostrategic heavyweights in the world. What's our North Star in that?
Thank you, Steve. And it's a pleasure being with you. It's great being in Colorado. I was chief executive of the state next door, and I'm proud to say I never declared war on Colorado once. I threatened Nevada several times, but diplomacy always prevailed.
But was there a hybrid war?
Malware included, yeah. Why we feel so fragile at this moment, and having lived in both Moscow and Beijing, let's just say my phone was of great interest to the FBI once I left both those jobs, is because we feel that we are on defense constantly. You have a phone, you have a credit card. At MasterCard, we obsess about safety. Those two rings in our corporate logo, when they come together, that signifies trust. With trust, you have everything. Without trust, you have nothing. So we feel vulnerable because you have malign actors in the world, nation states, that are willing to take us down. So if Vladimir Putin were sitting on the stage, or Patrushev or Shoigu, they would say, we're going to take down your country, and we won't even have to fire a shot, because we've got rails into everyone's devices, into every town, big and small. We can shut off utilities. We can create a mess of disinformation around your election cycles, and we can cause widespread confusion and catastrophe. That's what he would say. So he's of the belief that he won't have to fire a shot. He can weaken this country through digital means. If Xi Jinping were sitting on the stage, he would say, thank you very much for allowing us to cherry pick, to pick your pocket of leading technologies and IP. Because we didn't have to pay for it. We took it from you. And through that, we were able to advance an economy that today is second only to the United States. So this isn't going to change. The adversaries are moving with rapid speed, almost as quickly as we are. So that then begs the question, what do we do about it? Well, government produces some solutions, but in typical government fashion, people turn over with regularity, and there's not a lot of consistency and continuity. Where our adversaries have people in place for decades at a time, and they figure out the strategy toward country A, B, or C, and they execute with great effect. So how is it that the private sector and brilliant people like Kent and his people can get together with Ann on an ongoing basis to say, what is the governance and the structure that we need to get us from defense to offense? This is going to be the key question going forward. And then not just domestically, because as governor of a state, you feel extremely vulnerable in this digital world because you've got towns big and small. You hear the chatter going on at the federal level, but it doesn't translate to the local level. And so what do local governments do? They can't afford this kind of support and education and know-how. What do states do so that they're properly aligned with the national vision on getting us on offense? But then globally, so we're talking about trust. What are the institutions of trust today that really matter? That still exist, because there aren't a lot of them. Five Eyes, they share intelligence, they trust one another. NATO. NATO is such a trustworthy organization, say what you will about it, that Finland wants in, a country that hasn't had alliances in a very long time, same with Sweden. So how is it that we create a bulwark of support in protecting digital infrastructure that is equal to what we've done in the case of global security in a war and peace sense? And I think that will be the next big question from a governance and a problem-solving standpoint. What are the structures that will actually get us on offense as opposed to defense? The answers are there. We're going to continue to innovate and build things. But in the meantime, this cyber attack problem, as Ken pointed out this morning, is a $10 trillion problem in terms of the impact it's having on consumers and users and lost business. So if it isn't a trust problem, which it is, it's a huge economic hole that's being blown in the country.
Well, look, I mean, your company is trying to bring, well, we're all trying to bring 1 billion more people into connectivity, financial connectivity. You would talk then about the next billion that would come in essentially modern connectivity and how you get that right. But I want to go back to Ann. I know, Ann, you're working on a national digital infrastructure strategy. And I sort of see the problem as both twofold, not only bringing a lot of people externally around the world, but also what I would say is an absence of trust in significant populations in the United States, where there's a lot of understanding that, maybe not even understanding, that tech and digital connection help make your day go better. But there's fundamentally this fear of big companies, of social media, of other elements out there and playing it. So as you're thinking in the future, representing, the Bush-Harris administration and trying to get this infrastructure strategy right, what are the central features from your perspective of getting both the American public and the future global public in a place of equilibrium that's a high trust network, not a high-fear network.
So people see that the devices they bring into their homes, from baby monitors to home security systems, into their schools and into their offices like routers, when people are shopping for those, they have no way to assess, is this device secure? So there's a sense, to your point, of a lack of trust and a sense of fear. What access am I enabling to a criminal, to potentially somebody who may be targeting an individual for their political views, et cetera? So one of the programs President Biden has launched is essentially an Energy Star for cyber. It's called Cyber Trustmark, where companies that build devices to the U.S. government cybersecurity standard and get them tested can put a label on them, like Energy Star for cyber. So Americans shopping at Best Buy or shopping at Amazon online can look for that label and know this baby monitor, this home security system, this office router, this smart energy monitor has been tested to meet a cybersecurity standard, as well as transparency on what data is collected. The program was launched last year. It's gone through a number of legal reviews to get input from the public and is now at the final stage where companies who will be doing the testing are submitting. So we hope to launch it in October and have products with labels in stores and online by the end of the year. And to ensure that we could bring the power of global markets to that, we did something unusual for the US government, which Kent would comment is unusual. We reached out to the European Union and said, it would be better if we were one transatlantic market. Because if a product is tested in Paris, France, or Paris, Georgia in the United States, it should be able to be sold in both, and that will incentivize more companies to do it. So we signed a joint action plan on a roadmap to ensure we get there. And we're doing the same with other governments around the world. So that's the first piece. Reducing the number of devices that can't be trusted, because there are billions of internet-connected devices that are simply unsecure, and giving people the power and the visibility to look for that. And frankly, companies want that, because if they're building cybersecurity into their products, they want a way to show that, so that the consumer knows and can shop to that. So that's the first part. The second part is building the rules of the road internationally and enforcing them when we can. You know, Jeremy talked about the challenges of deterrence, and I agree very much that deterrence is broken down in cyberspace for a number of reasons. There's more actors than ever before. You have countries, you have political hacktivists, you have criminals. Today, for example, the United States will be sanctioning 2 Russia-based individuals with ties to the Russian government, but political hacktivists who conducted cyber attacks against infrastructure in the United States. And the reason we're releasing their names publicly and the reason we're sanctioning them is to build some deterrence against those individuals.
That's happening today?
That's happening today. The next step...
Want to share their names now?
I would very much. They're long Russian names, so I'll point you to the release a bit later from the Treasury Department. The third one of that, I know them by their monikers. The second part of that is really how you build upon that on accountability for countries like Russia that harbor criminals and hacktivists. There are already international cyber norms. Countries signed up at the UN not to harbor actors, not to attack critical infrastructure. And the first steps we've taken to that, so President Biden has made a point of when there are attacks by Russia, we have gone publicly with the European Union, in one case with NATO in a second, to attribute that, to say these attacks were conducted by Russia or these attacks were conducted by Iran in the case of Albania. Why? Because that's the first step to then the more complicated question, which are consequences. And consequences in cyberspace are difficult. If an individual based in Russia conducts cyber attacks against a hospital, what is the appropriate response to consequences? For the individuals themselves, because we want to deter them, as well as potentially for the countries that harbor them. And finally, I would note that one thing that's really fueled the rise of both criminal ransomware attacks has really been cryptocurrency. It's far easier to hold systems at ransom. And in the US, $1.3 billion were paid by US entities in ransom in 2023 alone. That number is fueling attacks because every payment incentivizes the next one. So work we're doing, just a final thought on that, we work with countries around the world in a partnership the White House formed called the International Counter-Ransomware Initiative. Began with 30 countries 2 years ago. It's now 72. They'll be convening in person in DC for 3 days to coordinate on policy initiatives, how we do things like partner with the insurance industry to encourage steps, and what we do to tackle money laundering via cryptocurrency around the world.
I hope you'll invite us all to the party.
Actually, there is a private sector component.
Oh, good. Ken, let me come back to the AI question, because there's a guy named Arno Penzias, you may recall, who said the internet would make dumb people dumber and smart people smarter. I'm interested in the AI world that's coming, and whether or not, are we overhyping the AI problems? Are we underhyping AI? Where does AI take us, from this journey forward from your perspective? And are we doing it better than China?
I think we are doing it better than China, but by months, not years. And in some places, the Chinese actually may have advantage over some of the work we're doing in sensor technology and the like. But it's hard to say AI is overhyped, or underhyped, but man, think of this not just as a chatbot. Think of it as a scientific breakthrough. And not just a breakthrough in the way we make breakthroughs. This is going to have remarkable implications for science at digital speed, for material science. We are already seeing millions of new materials. Imagine batteries that weigh 1/10 as much and hold 10 times more energy. Imagine changes in quantum computing. We're already seeing breakthroughs in healthcare, where we were seeing generational leaps in how we are able to understand how proteins work in the human body. The potential for accelerating energy production, grid efficiency, going through the list of the UN's Sustainable Development Goals. AI is a major contributor, will be a major contributor to almost every one of those. So if I had to sum up the opportunity, the stakes of getting this right, I would go back, and it sounds a little odd, but I would go back 400 years to Macbeth. There's a scene in I think Act 1, where Banquo goes to the witches and says, if you can look into the seeds of time and tell me which will grow and which will not, speak then to me. Well, that's what AI does, because it's seen 1 billion seeds. It knows, it can predict which will grow and which will not. It is, in short, a tool for predicting the future. Think about that. What would humanity give to have better tools for being able to predict the future? How drugs will interact with the human body? What new innovations we might have to transform the way we do nuclear fusion? It's an extraordinarily exciting time. And so even as we focus on the risks and the fear and the need for responsible and balanced innovation and regulatory frameworks, we mustn't lose sight of that North Star, the potential for incredible abundance that will be so transformative, not just for people in the United States, but for people around the world. We've already, in the last 20 or 30 years, because of the internet and other technological innovations and trade and other sorts of international accords, brought more than 1 billion people out of extreme poverty. That's unprecedented in human history. And that's just the start.
Jeremy, is the AI cat already out of the bag that can't be put back in? Michelle Flournoy wrote a great piece in Foreign Affairs magazine, kind of looking at the Ukrainian battlefield, the digitization of war, if you are, and basically said, look, AI is already at work for us, or work for the Ukrainians in the battlefield in important ways. And I'm wondering whether our conversation and debate about the impact of AI, particularly in national security, but more broadly, is one that's already a bunch of cliches and conventional wisdom that's so outdated, given what's already unfolding in AI. And given your world of intelligence, I'd love to get your sense of it.
I'm wishing that I had remembered more Shakespeare.
We've got an AI tool that can help with that.
I mean, so clearly the cat is out of the bag in terms of how the language is being used. AI as a term is something that we're all massively overusing, and in some ways that is contributing to the lack of trust in technology, because it's very hard for individuals, for technologists, for policymakers, individual companies to get up and talk about it in a way in which society can engage with us. So I believe that we have to have a different type of conversation as a society. The way in which I've talked about that in the past is to talk about a license to operate. So what is the license to operate that we really want to have for this next generation of technologies, and how can we go about creating that. And the reason I use that language is because I think it makes it much more practical. We can talk to transparency, we can talk to legislation, we can talk to regulation, we can talk to the conversation that we know we need to have with society and we're not having. So on terminology, I agree with you on that. In terms of where the technology is taking us in relation to national security, well, aspects of AI, machine learning, analysis, have been in and around national security for decades. Very soon after I arrived in GCHQ, I pulled together my people working on AI, and I said, right, tell us what we're doing, how are we accelerating? And I paraphrased, but broadly they said, don't worry, these are the same algorithms we've been working on since Alan Turing was here. so there's and of course that was a bit too trite. They didn't really mean it. But national security in relation to AI is of course a massive thing for us all. It provides great opportunities for us. I think at the moment the advantage is still on defense rather than offense, but with the next generation of tools coming through, when you get agency, when you're in the space that Kent's talking about, we have to start worrying about that more.
Right.
And if there's a single thing I worry about, it's that the pace of our institutions in being able to keep up with this, it's very challenging for how we work at the moment.
We're getting right near the end of the program, but John, I want to ask you the question. I'm not sure I'm going to frame it right, but I think there was this cover story in Wired magazine in January of 2001 written by Bill Joy, and the cover said, "The future doesn't need us." And it was looking at the advances in microcomputing and nanotechnology and biotechnology and said, we're advancing at such a space. Now this is 24 years ago. And the point was that people individual will become less and less significant in the equation of the advance of technology. You help run a major company that's out there that's consumer facing, and you were consumer facing when you were a politician kind of dealing with, constituents and voters. And I think the anxiety of a lot of individuals out there is that they will become the victim of the algorithm. We talk about algorithms doing good things, but people fear being demeaned, neglected, or victimized by some computer system they don't understand. And so I'm interested in a world that continues to bake people into it versus having the world done to them. And how do you navigate that?
Well, first of all, I don't know of a system that is capable of compassion and love and yearning of hope. Those are all human elements. And to use a line out of Shakespeare, sweet are the uses of adversity. So we'll be knocked down as technology advances, and we'll come up stronger and smarter and faster as a result. So it's all in our ability through great innovators, great research universities, funding of the right kinds of talent and technology to stay ahead in the race, but always ensuring that there's a human element with compassion, wisdom, and insight that I'm not sure we're ever going to be able to replicate. But there's one thing that I think we need to bring into this equation, because while AI and technology will allow us probably to live a lot longer, you can imagine breakthroughs in human disease occurring that will be terribly meaningful for all of us in this room and well beyond, cures for cancer and things like that. But what good does it do to have a longer life if we can't love one another and we can't reason with one another? And I'm thinking about the next billion or 2 billion people to come online. So if we look at the global south, from the archipelago of Indonesia, through the Malacca Straits, through the Bay of Bengal, through the Indian Ocean, the Arabic Sea, and into Africa, that's our tomorrow. You have most of the populations there that are not connected. I was in Mexico City a few days ago, dealing with the welfare bank in Mexico. We got 20 million cards in circulation to try to help stimulate economic activity. Guess what? They don't trust their banks, and they don't trust digital payments. So what can we do in order to make sure that we build trust and resilience into the work that we do to bring the next billion and 2 billion people into the world in a way that speaks to confidence, growth, and safety? Because if you can't accomplish that, you've got a much more difficult world to manage than the one that we have today.
We have 2 minutes left. I'm just going real quick. Ken, I'd love to get your thing. If there was one thing that we didn't get to in this conversation, particularly about keeping people and the aspirations of people like people in this room, you know, part of the, not only part of the equation, but driving the technology equation, Marl, what did we miss?
Look, I think the events of the outage last night, the issues we experienced this morning, reaffirm how much digital has become part of daily lives.
Right.
You can't get in your hotel room. Millions of people around the world can't get on their planes. We depend on these tools. We have to treat them with that level of seriousness that suggests. AI gives us another way, a new, maybe generational change in how we can make security for those tools match their abundance potential.
And let me ask you the same question.
You know, as John said, digital systems have brought so much beauty to human life. When you think about a child living in a remote part of the world where they may not be the best teachers, access to education, people in parts of Africa, access to medicine. But with that importance comes security. People can trust those systems. There's an us and a them aspect to that. Us, the work we need to do to build the security and resilience into systems, and playing to our strengths of innovation and using tech for that is something where partnership between government and private sector, government R&D investments, company investments, AI can certainly help us. And then there's a them, as Jeremy talked about, building deterrence in cyberspace. There's complexity to that. There's no borders to that. But doing the hard thinking to say, what does that look like for the actors, for the infrastructure, and for the countries will be key to building trust.
Jeremy, last word.
A trusted technology digital ecosystem is a fundamental part of our offer to those parts of the world that are looking at us at the moment and saying, what's in it for them? So I strongly believe that how we develop trust in this underpinning foundational level of our lives is going to define the extent to which we're able to project our power, maintain our security, and be prosperous, but with a much broader set of countries if they buy into that trust.
Well, I'll just say finally, I often try to think about the public policy world and challenges. If gravity was just naturally taking us to a good place, we wouldn't have to have a conference like this or discussions like this. It's going to require deliberate work and debate and exchange. And I want to thank Sir Jeremy Fleming, Ann Neuberger, Kent Walker, and John Huntsman very much for sharing their thoughts with us today. Give them a round of applause. Thank you all so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you can please take your seats. We are now very grateful and honored to have with us General C.Q. Brown, who is the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, which this audience needs no reminding is the nation's highest-ranking military officer. He's done that after a distinguished career at all levels of the U.S. military. And General Brown is, I think he wins the Stakhanovite Award for being here. He literally just got off the plane from Japan. So he arrived here at 9 a.m. this morning. We're grateful to him for being here to do a tour around the world of all of the different challenges that the U.S. military is facing. And to interview him, we have Jennifer Griffin, who is the Chief National Security Correspondent for Fox News. Thank you, Jennifer.
General Brown, I'm so glad to be here with you. I know you just got off a plane from Asia. I've been meeting with our allies there. But first, I want to just remind the audience about some of your background. You began your career in 1984, graduating from Texas Tech Air Force ROTC. You're an F-16 fighter pilot, 3,000 flying hours, including 160 in combat. You've served in top leadership positions in CENTCOM, EUCOM, and PACOM. In fact, from 2018 to 2020, you were the top Air Force commander in the Pacific. And I think what is notable, particularly in this time of divisions in this country, to remember that in 2020, you were confirmed by the Senate unanimously, and that is when you became the first African American to serve as a service chief, the head of the Air Force. So thank you for being here today.
My pleasure. Thank you. Thank you.
Let me start with some of the news headlines this morning. We all know about now the widespread internet outage that was caused by what seems a glitch, not a cyber attack per se. We learned that this morning. How has it affected U.S. military operations? Has it affected the U.S. military?
Well, yeah, as you might imagine, I was made aware of the situation on the airplane flying back here to the United States. For all reports I have right now, no impact on DoD operations. But I will also share with you, I mean, this gives you an indication of, how important cybersecurity, how we use our software, how we use our tools is important, and the things that we do, particularly in DoD, to protect our capabilities, to ensure that we can still protect the nation, even when you have whether it's a glitch or an attack, to be best postured to be able to support.
And should it be a wake-up call for Americans? Many don't realize that if the U.S. were to find itself in a conflict with China, it is largely believed that a cyber attack would hit the homeland in those initial hours. And we see this is just a little taste of what could happen. What do you think Americans should realize from this incident?
Well, we all know how dependent we are all on cyber and the tools that it provides for us just to make our day-to-day lives easier. But when you have something like this should be a reminder to us of why it's important to, from a cybersecurity piece, not only at the governmental level, all the way down to your local homes, to protect ourselves and be best postured. Because I'm sure our adversaries are looking at this as a way to, what I would say, put sand into gears if we're trying to generate combat power to go to respond to a crisis anywhere around the world.
Overnight, a modified Iranian-made Samad-3 explosive-laden drone slammed into Tel Aviv, about 300 feet from the U.S. Embassy. How did this happen? The Houthis took responsibility for it. Why wasn't it shot down?
Well, I'll have to defer to the Israelis on why it wasn't shot down. I also realized there was I think one life lost, and so my condolences there. Israel has the right to defend itself, and the Houthis have, as we've seen since October, have been stirring up activity against Israel in the Red Sea, in the Bab el-Mandeb, impacting commercial shipping, having sunk a few ships, killed several mariners, and just continue to be, cause challenges there in the region. The key part is we want to make sure that Israel can defend itself the same way we want to be able to defend ourselves and defend our forces that are stationed in the region.
The Wall Street Journal is reporting this morning that General Eric Kurilla, the head of CENTCOM, has sent a letter to Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin in which he says that the strategy, the military strategy against the Houthis is not working, and he's seeking permission to broaden the target set. Do you agree that the strategy is not working against the Houthis?
Here's what I would tell you, is it's going to take more than just a military strikes to change the Houthis. It's going to take more than the interagency. It's going to take more than the international community to put pressure on the Houthis to stop what they're doing. They tied it originally to in support of the Palestinians in Gaza, but that is somewhat broadened. So it's going to take more than just a military campaign to take the Houthis off track of what they're doing. And so that's what I encourage, that we continue to work broader parts with the interagency, work with our allies and partners and the international community to put pressure on the Houthis, because it does impact the activity and just commercial shipping. And as I've talked to some of my partners in the region, they're starting to see the impacts based on goods and services because of what the Houthis have been doing there in the region.
There are some, and including some sitting senators on the Senate Armed Services Committee, who have said it is time to strike Iran and to stop these Houthi attacks, to send a message to Iran, or that it is time to sink, for instance, their spy ship, which has been shadowing our ships and helping the Houthis target these ships. Is it time to send a stronger message to Iran?
Well, well, here's what I do when I think about this as in my role to provide advice to President, the Secretary, and the National Security Council. We could look at things individually and go, because this happened, we should go do X. I'm looking at it from not only X, but what happens with Y and Z, because once you do that, what are the second and third impacts of that? I think I have a responsibility to be thinking strategically about the actions we take, the recommendations I make, and what the risk is of bringing a further escalation or broader conflict. You go back to what happened in October. That was one of the objectives the President laid out, is not to let the conflict in the Middle East broaden. I think we've been effective doing that and want to continue to do that. But I'll also say we are prepared, if need be, to do what, if the nation calls, to take action.
You talk about not escalating, but wouldn't it be escalatory if one of those missiles were to hit a U.S. warship? You've got an aircraft carrier sitting there in the Red Sea. The USS Carney had to defend itself against 100 incoming missiles in one night a few months ago. It's been very skilled and lucky, but they're also pushing the U.S. military to deplete its stockpiles of very expensive $1 million missiles with $1,000 drones. Shouldn't you reconsider what it will take to deter Iran? Because they don't appear to be deterred at this point.
First thing, let me tell you how proud I am of our service members. One of my expectations that I laid out when I came in as a chairman was honing our avoid fighting skills has primacy in everything we do and all we do. And because of that, and what was happening before I became the chairman, the Carney, the other ships, our service members, our aircraft have been able to do exactly that, to be able to defend themselves and do it extremely well. I appreciate the investments we've made in the high-end capability to go against these particular threats. But I also think about the balance of capability and capacity that we continue to work on to ensure that we have the high-end capability but capacity against some of these lower-end threats as well. And so this is where, as we look at innovation and bringing in directed energy and non-kinetic capability, how we move that forward faster so we have a mix of capabilities to go against the Houthis or whoever else may want to challenge us, I think is very important.
There's also a report that U.S. intelligence is suggesting that Russia is planning to provide anti-ship missiles to the Houthis, and that it may be possibly in response to U.S. providing weapons, long-range weapons to Ukraine. Is that report accurate, and what is your message to the Russians?
Well, as you might imagine, I'm not going to share and validate intel reports here on stage. But I will tell you that we do pay attention to the activity that they not just the Russians, but anyone else that's actually causing challenges that's going to impact regional and global security. And so, myself, with the rest of the Joint Staff, with the combatant commanders, are staying really focused, really all around the world. And I'll just tell you that just based on, I see Jim Richardson sitting in the front row, the work that she's been doing in Southcom, but also the fact, for me personally, really over the course of the past month, I was in Botswana with 31 of our partners at the end of last month. We had the NATO summit here last week, or at least none of my counterparts were in town that I had a chance to engage with. And I just came from the Indo-Pacific, where I was in the Philippines, and met my counterpart there. And in Japan, I was there with my Japanese counterpart and Republic of Korea counterpart. We were all focused on all the various threats around the world, and just trying to all collectively stay on top of them, and for each of us provide advice to our political leadership on the actions we should take.
Do you have a message for Russia if they cross this line?
We prefer them not to do that, okay? Because all that does, they're a sovereign nation, they'll do what they do. But the key point is we don't want to broaden the conflict, and them supporting the Houthis, if that's what they're doing, helps to broaden the conflict and just makes it more complicated in the Middle East.
Ukraine's defense minister told the Aspen conference and the Aspen forum earlier this week, we are asking our partners to lift any bans on using long-range weapons targeting inside Russia. Why not let them?
Well, that's a policy decision for the policymakers to decide. My job as we do this, and I provide the advice, is also understanding what the risk is and what the second, third order impacts might be based on where the Ukrainian strike as we continue to work to allow Ukraine to defend itself. And there's been not only capability from the United States been provided, but with the Ukraine Defense Contact Group, there's over 50 nations that continue to provide capability to Ukraine to be able to defend themselves. And we'll continue to work with Ukraine to provide them the capabilities and do the things to help them defend.
The Brits have not imposed such limitations on their long-range weapons. Isn't there a moral component to this? If Russia fires at a children's hospital from an Air Force base that's just across the border or where you know that it's located, the laws of war suggest that that is a legitimate target of self-defense. Why shouldn't the Ukrainians be able to do that? I remember during Afghanistan, we used to criticize other NATO allies for having caveats. Aren't we putting caveats on the Ukrainians right now?
Well, in every conflict I've had an opportunity to lead in conflict, every nation has certain caveats on how they want to approach things. And as we work together as a coalition, and that's one thing I've realized doing coalition warfare, is we have to figure out how to bring all those together to be an effective team. And I will just tell you that we probably agree on more things than we might disagree on with these caveats. And that's the beauty of being able to work with our allies and partners and building coalitions with those who aren't part of an alliance. And it's something we continue to work through. And we'll, and even in this case, we'll continue to address and figure out how best to approach.
Do you think Ukraine can win, and what is your response to those who have said that the U.S. military is slow-rolling these weapon systems to Ukraine?
Well, Ukraine matters because unprovoked aggression in one part of the world, it doesn't stay in one part of the world. And the things that we are doing to help Ukraine defend itself, not just with the United States, but the 50 nations that are providing capability, is hugely important. I think when you look at it, when Putin went in, his goal was to take Ukraine very quickly and fracture NATO. Neither one of those occurred. He's still fighting in Ukraine, and NATO is stronger. Not just by two nations stronger, but the dialogue within NATO is stronger than it's ever been. You have more nations that are putting forth funding for defense. 23 of the 32 nations are now at 2% GDP, where a while ago was only up to 10 or thereabouts. And so what you're seeing here is this type of aggression has actually strengthened allies and partnerships. That's what I see in NATO. That's what I saw just this past week when I was in the Indo-Pacific. And it's very important that we all stay together and focus on maintaining global security and by the actions we take and how we work together.
So that may be true up until now, but the nation finds itself at a key inflection point. The Republican National Convention just ended. We heard very clearly from former President Trump and from his Vice President J.D. Vance that they've made basically halting support to Ukraine a part of their platform. What would be the impact of such a policy shift if you have to implement that?
Well, that's a hypothetical I'm not going to necessarily get into.
But what would be the impact? I think we can talk generally about if you were told tomorrow to stop support for Ukraine, what is the impact from your
Well, I just say if collectively we stop supporting Ukraine, Putin wins. Okay? And what that allows is it also emboldens others to go, we have credibility that's at stake associated with this. Not just the United States, but NATO, the West, if we just back away. And that opens the door for Xi Jinping and others that want to do unprovoked aggression. And so I think it's important that we continue to provide support to Ukraine so it doesn't go there into a broader conflict as well. And our leadership matters. It gets watched, and it's something that I I sense when I engage with our allies and partners around the world.
J.D. Vance also says that the West can't outproduce Russia in terms of ammunition and weapons. Is he wrong?
Well, I'll tell you, one of the things I'm really focused on and have been, even as the Air Force chief in my 9+ months as the chairman, is our defense industrial base. We have the capability to outproduce. I've seen this in our nation. You can look back in history where we've been able to go out and outproduce. But there's some things that have to happen to make that come together. There's got to be consistency in demand signal from the Department of Defense and our allies and partners of what we need. There has to be consistency in funding to be able to do this. Getting budgets on time is important. Okay? Continuing resolutions do not help us actually have consistency in funding. As we do that, it provides those contracts as well. And in the FY24 NDAA, we had 6 weapons to do multi-year procurement. I'd like to see more multi-year procurement because that gives that consistency. Once you have that consistency, that builds trust with the defense industrial base because now they know how much workforce they need, how much facilities they need, how much of the supply chain they need. That drives trust, increases trust, drives down costs, and improves delivery times so that we can get capability into the hands of the warfighters much faster than we do today. So we have the capacity to do it. We just got to make the commitment to do it.
Do you think the nation and the industrial base needs to be on a war footing right now?
Well, what I would tell you is I see that the industrial base, the supplemental, has been very helpful to do this. What some may not realize with the supplemental, much of that money is going into the defense industrial base to build capability that not only helps Ukraine, Israel, Taiwan, it helps us as well. And so it's important that we continue that consistent funding to bring in that capability.
President Trump, former President Trump, has said that he can negotiate the end of the war in 24 hours. Is that possible?
Well, if he can get it done in 24 hours, that'd be great. I mean, it stops the conflict. I mean, and that's and then we get back to more global security.
The elephant in the room here at the Aspen Forum has been, will the U.S. find itself in a war with China, or can it deter such a conflict, particularly over the Taiwan issue? You've just returned from a trip to the Pacific. You met with your Japanese, South Korean, and Philippine counterparts. There is brewing tension over a little island that many people, I don't even know if you call it an island, the Second Thomas Shoal, is a flashpoint where, explain to us, to the forum, why it's significant and why it could become a flashpoint and pull the U.S. into a conflict with China.
Okay. Well, first I'd say is I don't see that a conflict with the People's Republic of China is imminent or inevitable. But we're going to make sure we stay ready. The Second Thomas Shoal is just off the coast of the Philippines in the South China Sea, as most of us would call it. In the Philippines, they call it the West Philippine Sea. And it's really about, it's inside their exclusive economic zone, and the debate between the 9-dash line and claimants on that particular shoal. And this is about sovereignty for the Philippines, and then the challenge to that sovereignty by the PRC. This ship that is there, that has been beached, actually has a number of Filipino service members. And one way that the Philippines maintains that sovereignty is by staying on that particular shoal. And so that is what I'd say somewhat emblematic of the others, because there's 8 other shoals similarly off the coast of the Philippines that are in a bit of the same situation. So it's important when you start thinking about sovereignty and having a free and open Indo-Pacific and not letting this be a flashpoint, but it's emblematic of things that could happen if we don't pay attention.
So does the mutual defense treaty that you've signed with the Philippines require the U.S. to come to Philippines' aid if the Chinese continue harassing their ships and maybe even sink one of those ships or kill some of their service members?
Well, as our politicians work through that in the mutual defense treaty, there are aspects that as we work through defense. And our support to Philippines continues. Part of the conversation I had when I was there in the Philippines, meeting with their National Advisor, their Secretary of National Defense, and my counterpart. Our relationship continues to build, and the momentum continues to build, and our support, if the Mutual Defense Treaty is ever called upon, is going to be there.
There are a number of authors here who have written recently about a potential flashpoint over Taiwan. We have David Sanger, he's written New Cold Wars, Dmitry Alperovitch and Garrett Graff has written World on the Brink, Matt Pottinger and his Hoover Institute staff have written The Boiling Moat. I do not recommend these for bedtime reading if you have any anxiety. But the question is, can the U.S. win a war against China if Beijing tries to take Taiwan, from your military perspective?
Yes. I'm fully confident in our force. I am fully confident in our force. You should be too. We have we have... we are the most lethal, most respected combat force in the world. And every nation I go to wants to be like us. We got to be a role model. Now, it's going to take, all the nation if we go to conflict with the PRC. And I'm confident, if we're challenged, we will be there. And I have full confidence in our service members.
Rear Admiral Mark Montgomery was the responsible for strategic planning at PACOM. He's gone through 6 war games over this kind of scenario, and he says, and I think it's widely agreed, that in the first month there could be 30,000 American dead if this were to happen, and that maybe Americans don't realize there will be no golden hour, there will be no rescue, aircraft carriers will be sunk, 3,000 people lost at a time. The distance is very different from any other war that we've been involved in. And yet, there's also a new report from Japan, from the Japanese government, suggesting that the assumption that you'd have a month to respond and build up, that President Xi may have taken some lessons from President Putin's invasion of Ukraine to move quickly. And that new Japanese report suggests that China, based on the exercises last year that they saw, that they plan to take Taiwan in a week, not a month. What would that do to U.S. military planning? And is that a fair assessment? Is that an accurate assessment?
Well, let me, if I could, I would address maybe what Admiral Montgomery did say. And I will tell you that if you go back 4 years ago when I became the Air Force Chief of Staff, I wrote Accelerate, Change, or Lose. If you go back and look at it, I said pretty much the same thing. A future conflict is not like the conflicts we've been having for the past 30 years. These will be major conflicts akin to what we saw in World War II. And so we got to come to grips with that, one. Two, the PRC knows where our advantages are and the combat capability we can bring to bear. And my sense is they'll want to go quick so they can do it before we can bring capability there, which is why we were focused on, the capabilities that we have forward, how we look at our logistics chains well before any type of conflict. As the Air Force Chief of Staff, my last major conference with my leadership back in June, we did a logistics tabletop exercise. And then I wrote a letter to the chairman, knowing I was nominated to be the chairman, waiting to get confirmed. So it was really a letter to myself that we need to focus on logistics. And so what I've been working with my J4, my director for logistics, is additional tabletop exercise to really wring this out. The more we can show that we can get there fast is greater deterrence.
Matt Pottinger and many of the former president's advisors have said that Taiwan is not buying the right weapons. Former President Trump himself said this week Taiwan needs to spend more on its defense, indicating he may not defend Taiwan. Do you agree that Taiwan needs to spend more on its defense, and what are you doing to make sure that they buy the right weapons?
Well, we're engaged with Taiwan on their future procurement, the procurement they've already had in place, but also weapon systems that will make them very effective in the defense. The thing that I've seen, over the past several years is that the character of warfare has changed. The nature hasn't changed. It's a test against wills, political will, but just the fact when you look at technology and you look at the use of drones, you look at the use of cyber, all these other factors that come into play that, it may not be the high-end capability that we're used to using, but a mix of capability that can create a greater defense for Taiwan and make them a much tougher target and much more challenging for the PRC.
Let's turn back to the Middle East. Next week, the Iraqi leadership is coming to negotiate whether the U.S. troops will be able to stay in Iraq. What would happen if U.S. troops were forced to leave Iraq? There's indications that ISIS is, there are twice as many attacks in Iraq and Syria by ISIS this year alone. Is ISIS reconstituting?
Well, part of the reason why we're there is why we went back in 2014 was to defeat ISIS, and I had a firsthand piece of that as the Air Commodity Commander, but also a Deputy Commander of the United States Central Command as we defeated ISIS. The key part is not letting that resurgence occur, and our ability to, as the coalition for Operation Inherent Resolve, to continue, but then transition to a bilateral relationship. And continue to have the relationship with the Iraqis, as well as other nations that have relationships with the Iraqis to maintain the security there. At the same time, we're paying attention to ISIS there that emanates out of Syria and other parts of the Middle East.
So if the U.S. were forced to pull out, what impact would that have? You'd have to pull out of Syria also, correct?
It would have impact on our ability to actually, put pressure on ISIS, and we'd have to look at how we would do it in different ways. And we've, that part of our job is to be able to flex, and we'll continue to plan and provide options to the President and the Secretary if any decision comes one direction or another.
It's been said that Iran has never won a war and never lost a negotiation, and that it will fight to the last proxy. For the first time in months, Iranian proxies have targeted a U.S. base in Iraq. What do you make of the timing of those attacks?
Well, there's a couple things I make of this. We watched after, before 7 October, our forces were very rarely getting attacked. And then after 7 October of last year, a lot of attacks on our bases. We spent a lot of time and effort making sure we were doing the force protection. Unfortunately, we lost 3 service members back on the 28th of January. And as a result, we had a pretty strong response back. And so the last time before, just recently, was about 7 February. So it's been almost 6-7 months now since the last time we were attacked. Those proxies have been chomping at the bit to be able to strike against, and every once in a while they'll do something kind of a one-off. I don't see this as them breaking away from the guidance that they've gotten, somewhat from Iran not to attack us.
Maybe it's a little message before negotiating in Washington on Monday.
Could be. I don't know. Yeah. The key part is we're going to continue to defend ourselves, and then we're going to respond appropriately at a time and place of our choosing.
Secretary Blinken just told the forum that it's still U.S. policy to stop Iran from getting a nuclear weapon, but he also said that they are 1 to 2 weeks away from breakout. Are you prepared to stop Iran militarily if they decide to pursue and break out?
We have options to do so.
Okay.
We stay ready.
All right. How worried are you that America's adversaries will become adventurous after November 5th, or even in this unstable time frame of a raucous election, if U.S. elections are contested or one party doesn't accept the results? Some have called it an invitation to conflict. How are you preparing for that?
Well, I'm looking at this day in and day out. Not November, not January, not February. I mean, I'm looking at it last week. What I mean by that is, if you look at our national defense and national security strategy, there are 5 key challenges outlined in those documents: People's Republic of China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, and violent extremists. All of them are active right now, and in some areas working together. And so my day-to-day focus, no matter what day it is to ensure we are best prepared for any one of those that might create a challenge for us.
Before we go, I need to ask you, when was the last time that you met in person with President Biden, and how was he mentally?
I last met with him, that was last week. And let me just say that, I realize there's a lot of debate, and I don't want to get into the debate. My job is to provide, advice to the President, Secretary of Defense, National Security Council, and the rest of our national security apparatus. And on all the times I've engaged with the President, he's been engaged. He's asked us, very pointed questions and made decisions. I'll just leave it at that.
We have about a minute left. Do we have time for one question? Maybe from one of the, anybody? Don't be shy.
Sir, what do you see as the greatest emerging threat you would like to train your troops to that they're not currently?
I think I just named all 5 of them. I'm serious. Part of this is expect the unexpected. This is exactly why when I wrote the memo on 2 October, the second day I was as the chairman, honing our warfighting skill has primacy in all we do. I want our service members to be so focused on their individual skill set, how they bring that individual skill set together as a team in their units, how we bring it together as a joint force, how we do it with our allies and partners. We exist to fight and win our nation's wars. That's why we exist. We want to be so good at what we do that our adversaries never want to mess with us. And if they do, we want to be their worst nightmare. Personally and professionally, I do not play for second place. Okay? I play to win, and I'm going to do everything I can to make sure it's an unfair fight. That's my focus, and so we got to stay nimble on this, kind of look long, and that's the other thing I try to look at is how do I want to be more proactive than reactive. Okay, I do not want to be surprised. The only time I like a surprise is on my birthday and Christmas. Okay, I'm really focused on how do we stay ahead of these things and make sure we're doing everything we can to be ready. Be ready when the nation calls.
Thank you to the Aspen Security Forum, and thank you, General Brown, for your excellent comments today. Thank you.
Well, good morning again, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very much to the chairman and to Jen for that riveting conversation. I'm delighted to introduce the next panel, which is a collaboration that we have done for the last couple of years with the Aspen Security Forum with the Denver Dialogue, which is out of the Corbell School, the Scrivener Center. Here we have Fritz and Naz, who are our chief partners in this. It is a collaboration that's in the spirit of Aspen. It's the Aspen Institute with the American Enterprise Institute, New America, and the Hoover Institute. So we're just thrilled to be bringing an amazing conversation here today on the question, the end of soft power. Our panelists today, of course, there's no great panel on soft power without our chairman, Joe Nye, Farah Pandit, who is adjunct senior fellow at CFR, Corey Shockey, who's a senior fellow and director of Foreign and Defense Policy Studies at AEI, and Marie Slaughter, the CEO of New America, and our moderator today is Daphna. Please join me in welcoming them to the stage.
Good morning. Thank you, Neve. Good morning, everyone. I'm Daphna Linzer. I'm excited that this panel is part of an incredible final day here at the forum. As Joe said earlier, working to find solutions. Our panelists are no strangers to this room and have come this morning with innovative ideas on a topic that may sound pessimistic, but I think once we get to the end of this, you'll see great opportunity. And I want to start this morning with Farah, who has had the distinction of serving as a political appointee for both Presidents of Bush and President Obama. And Farah, you've been thinking about these issues for so long. I'd like you to set the table for us here. There's been a lot of talk, even just now, on hard power. And just a little bit of talk on soft power. And this is going to be our moment, I think. So help us understand what soft power is today, and what who should be the focus? What should the focus be? Kind of help set the table here.
So good morning to everybody. I do agree. We've spent a lot of time talking about hard power. Yet in almost every panel, you've heard people refer to the importance of soft power. And I think at this particular strategic moment, we have an opportunity to think about soft power differently. The traditional way we have thought about soft power from government has been exchanges and diplomacy of all kind. Whether it's sports diplomacy or panda diplomacy, you hear soft power referred to in that way. This moment is very different. We have three generations, millennials, Gen Z, and Gen Alpha, that are being influenced by culture and are changing the way in which they think about not only our nation, but other nations around the world. So when I think about soft power today, I think we ought to be doing what Secretary Gates and Secretary Rice said yesterday, think about the different kinds of tools in our toolbox to be able to build a strategic soft power. This is the moment to do that so that we are not letting generations go by that we will then have to try to engage with. This is the time to actually build their affinity for us, to engage with us, and to use our innovation in the United States to think differently about what that could mean.
That's great. And Marie Slaughter, we cannot have this discussion without you. Can you unspool, I think Farah just touched on it a little bit, but just unspool the demographic advantages for us, both at home and closer to home?
Great. So first of all, Joe, I'm very glad you're up here because otherwise people might think that soft power is only feminine power, and we certainly would not want that because it is not. It is power, and it is a huge source of our strength. So I want to start with that. To me, the future of soft power is our diversity as a country. Our diversity is not just soft power, it's our superpower. So remember, by 2027, Americans under 30, there will be no one racial or ethnic majority. That's what you are seeing on college campuses right now, because that is that generation. So by 2027, that's all Americans under 30. By 2040, 2045, that's all Americans. That is extraordinary. Right? There is no country in the world that has ever moved from an 80% roughly for our first 250 years European American majority to no one majority. That means we're a country that reflects the entire world. So we will be 30 to 35% Hispanic American, 15 to 20% Asian American, African American, both African Americans descended from enslaved Americans, but also the new African diasporas. And we've seen quite a lot of that over this week, just people looking to where their ancestors came from, just as I'm half Belgian. You know, to me, yes, I think about World War I, well, not World War I, World War II, and my grandfather, my Belgian grandfather was at Dunkirk. He got to Britain. That is my history. But increasingly, the history of Central and Latin America, the history of India, of China, of all of South of Asia, South and East Asia, that will be American history. And that country, when you think about soft power, again, we will be connected to every culture in the world. We will be connected to the people who are still, you know, our families in ways that no other nation can touch. So for me, when I look at this century and I think about all the things that Joe wrote about as soft power, whether it's our entertainment, it's our sports, it's our culture just more broadly, it's our economic ties, we now have that with the entire world.
Thanks. Corey Shockey, you've seen this from inside the Pentagon and out. Anne-Marie paints a pretty positive picture here, but how is the U.S. actually doing on projecting soft power? And I guess I would ask you, not just how's the U.S. doing, how's the U.S. government doing?
So the U.S. government's not great at it, and it's not an incompetence issue, although it's partly an incompetence issue, but it's mostly because governments have to make hard choices. And the American government, as the dominant rule-giving and enforcing power in the international order, has to make more hard choices than most others. But the great secret of American vitality isn't necessarily the choices of the American government. It's the vibrancy of American civil society. It's the Walt Disney Company. It's American diversity. It's the complex way everybody's worried about American elections is actually an enormous tribute to American soft power, because people hold us to a higher standard than others, and they should. It's part of what makes us so good. I think American soft power is vital and vibrant and bubbly. If you think about the ways the international order is changing, if you look at the way technology innovation is sweeping, I mean, my favorite description of the United States is we're a country innovative enough that in a global pandemic, we could produce not just one, but 3 life-saving vaccines. We're a country so prosperous that we could provide it for free, not just to all Americans, but to lots of other people. But we are also a country where 1/3 of Americans will not take a free and life-saving vaccine. And that's who we are. So I think a lot of the difficulty with soft power is we try and pretend there was a mythical time where the United States wasn't complicated, where we didn't have to make hard choices, where we weren't messy and divisive and a group of people who don't trust their government. But that is who we are, and that's plenty good enough to be the place where more immigrants want to come, where more people believe they can chase their dreams and achieve them. And that, too, is American soft power.
That's great. Joe, you literally invented the term. We're in a very different moment than we were then. But what were you addressing then, and when you were sort of first thinking through soft power? And what's your take on how sort of soft power 2.0 might work for the next generation?
Well, the term came to me as I was writing at my kitchen table in 1989. I was trying to refute Paul Kennedy's book, The Rise and Fall of Great Powers, which said that the United States was going the way of Philip II Spain or Edwardian England and so forth. And I totaled up our military power and then our economic power. And I said, but there's still something else. And that's the ability to attract. And if power is the ability to get others to do what you want, you can do it by coercion or by payment, but you can also do it by attraction. And if you have this capacity to attract, to get others to want what you want, you can save a lot on carrots and sticks. But it doesn't mean, well, I should follow that up. I describe this in my memoir, which is, that was developed at the kitchen table as an academic concept. The great surprise of my life was a decade later when Hu Jintao told the Chinese Communist Party at their annual conference in 2007 that they had to do more to increase their soft power. I thought, wow. But any case.
The breakthrough moment.
The main problem we have is if we forget that
soft power and hard power are two sides of the same coin, which is power. The difference is hard power tends to work a lot more quickly and be a lot more visible. Soft power often takes more time. Let me give you examples from Ukraine to go to your point about 2.0. Sometimes people have said to me, well, given the war in Ukraine and in Gaza and so forth is now basically this is the end of soft power, which is our title. And I said, on the contrary, it has both short and long-term effects. Think of it. President Zelensky, who was training as an actor, knew enough to put on a green T-shirt and to appeal not only on screens all over the world, but in front of parliaments. And he was able to develop sympathy for Ukraine, attraction to Ukraine, and then was able to translate that attraction into hard weapons. So there's a clear and short-run relation of hard and soft power. But the long term is even more important because, in a sense, the ability to affect other people's minds may not change things immediately, but it's got to be part of a long-term strategy. Condi Rice and Bob Gates, I thought, were terrific yesterday in pointing this out, that military power alone is absolutely necessary, but it's not sufficient. And in that sense, if you look back at the Cold War, sometimes people say, well, you know, what role did soft power play in the Cold War? It's worth remembering that the Berlin Wall did not come down under a barrage of artillery, came down under hammers and bulldozers wielded by peoples whose minds had been affected by Radio Free Europe and by Hollywood and by American fiction. So we make a great mistake if we say end of soft power. We also make a great mistake if you think soft power can substitute for hard power. A good strategy has to be what Condi and Bob were saying yesterday. How do you combine the two?
Really love that. Farah, take us a little bit around the horn on sort of cultural impact, because we're not the only ones who are kind of flexing soft power in a pretty successful way. I think South Korea, Latin America, the Middle East, there's a lot of examples out there. Let's start there.
I'd like to pick up on a thread that came across Anne-Marie and Corey and Professor Nye, all of whom said how important it is for us to understand the moment we're in. I mean, you talked about Ukraine and how Zelensky did this so easily. It just came very naturally to him. I think one of the things the U.S. is missing is how naturally other countries are able to woo in Generation Z and millennials in ways that maybe sometimes they're crafty, but in other times it just sort of happened. So I'm looking in the first couple of rows, and these are the new rising leaders, and you're all shaking your head yes. So I teach at Georgetown. One of my students, Rory Dixon, when I asked him, give me some examples of soft power for you, he said, Farah, my generation doesn't think about Japan the way you do. You put it in the context of World War II, you understand the horrors that happened after that and everything that's happened since. He said, I grew up with Pokemon, with Hello Kitty, with anime, and when we think about Japan, it's really different. I don't need to tell you about South Korea and the monopoly of this wave around the world. $143 billion will be spent by the year 2030 on Korean products. Why? Because of Korean beauty, because of K-pop, because of K-dramas. You're all shaking your head, yes. For those of you who are not Gen Z and millennials, I'm one of those, it was shocking to me to learn how impactful just normal things in day-to-day life that are on your phones began to change the way you think about the world. And that's what we should be doing. No, yes, I completely agree. Disney, we have done that. We've done that with the Marvel series with our military. People think about our military in a very particular way because of the Marvel series. But I don't think we've been as smart about a strategy to develop what's happening and to take the threads of different parts of the world. So I gave you two examples from East Asia. But let me for those of you who have watched Bridgerton, the idea that this generation who rejects colonialism, who is very forcefully anti all of that, has celebrated Bridgerton. Why? Because they are reimagining what those worlds could be. And I think that's really important because these generations are seeing themselves and in their worlds in very different ways. So they want to recreate. I know that there are tons of examples, including gaming series that we put out. There are U.S. companies that are doing these games. But the generations that are younger are building worlds in those games that make them feel like they have agency. And so what does all this mean? It means that the cultural components of things that we think, oh, how interesting that K-pop is taking over the world, or how interesting that Bridgerton is really, no, there's something bigger there. There's something where the United States government ought to be thinking very, very strategically about that next phase of how we bring people on board so that we are building likability. That the only thing that we're not presenting is the very difficult polarization in the United States, or the idea, one of the things that I was honored to do in my public service roles in the Obama administration, I was special representative to Muslim communities. But before that, in the Bush administration, I was engaging with Muslims right after 9/11 in Europe. I cannot today go to Europe and tell Muslim kids what I told them 20 years ago. It is shocking. I was able to say, as a Muslim, you are not going to be discriminated against. I was able to say mosques will not be, targeted. I was able to say, as a Jew, as a Muslim, as a Hindu, as a Sikh, you can walk down the street and nobody's going to call you a name. Well, I can't say that anymore. And so I think about how they are perceiving who we are. So what does all this mean? While we have examples culturally of all these things that are taking place, there's a moment. Here's our moment. Okay, we understand how important these generations are and the fact that these are the generations that are going to be future leaders talking to us. I don't want to get to know them and have them like America or have to build that like when we're in a crisis. I want them to already have a deep understanding of our values, who we are, what democracy is, and how we value pluralism. Here.
And also, our panel has a Bridgerton reference. So, Anne-Marie, I want you to kind of run with that. I mean, we're 2 years away from celebrating America's 250th anniversary, and can you frame soft power in that context, and a little bit sort of off of a far side, like how can American society, not just the government, as to Corey's point, can seize this opportunity in this way?
Great.
What should people here do?
So before I do that, I just have to say, because I was looking out, not all of you seem to be completely aware of the Bridgerton reference. So I'll just say Bridgerton is Pride and Prejudice, or a little earlier than Pride and Prejudice, in a completely diverse world. So and it's Shonda Rhimes, Shondaland, it's on Netflix. And the first season, when you see Queen Charlotte, the Queen Charlotte for whom my hometown Charlottesville was named, wife of George III, as a black woman, you're a little surprised, because that is not what you expect with the pageantry and carriages and silks of the kind of historical fiction a lot of us love. The really cool thing is that by the third season, you don't bat an eye, because it is a reimagined world. Again, we know this. We've all read lots and lots of historical fiction about Britain in the 19th century, or the 18th century, really. But it somehow works. And so it is a reimagining where race and ethnicity simply don't matter. And a vision of a world that is the world that the United States has to get to. That is the world we're in. It's the world we're becoming. So what do we do with the 250th? Well, I'll start just by saying, in 1976, I was 18 years old. I was manning a bicentennial booth at the University of Virginia in Charlottesville, Virginia, and basically Charlottesvillians expected Mr. Jefferson to walk down the street at any moment. And nobody knew about Sally Hemings, nobody knew about Jefferson's African-American family, or if people knew, it certainly wasn't public. that was a celebration. Even though we'd had Vietnam and Watergate, it was a pure celebration. We had Prince Philip and Queen Elizabeth come. That always struck me as a little odd, frankly, but they came to the White House. We had the tall ships from all over the world. This time around, it isn't just going to be a celebration. It's going to be a moment of, as my colleague Theodore Roosevelt Johnson III named for the first American president to invite a black man to the White House, as he says, it's going to be a moment of pride, absolutely, of reckoning, absolutely, and of aspiration. And we have a chance to bring Americans together. The America that we've always been, the America that we're becoming, around those three things about here's what we can be proud of, here's what we have to reckon with. And we heard Tony Blinken say it, and I believe it so deeply. Our greatest strength as a democracy is being willing to put our ideals up here, put the reality right there, face the gap between them, and say, here's what we've got to do differently and better. And then what is our aspiration for this extraordinary country that, as I said, will reflect the entire world and can connect the entire world? I'll say also politically, regardless of what happens in November, we have got to rebuild that democracy from the ground up. So though in 2026, starting now, it's got to be an opportunity to bring people together at the local level, regardless of red or blue, to talk about where we've been, where we are now, and where we are going. Last thing I'll say that I also love about 2026, the World Cup's coming. And the World Cup is not just coming to the United States. It's coming to North America. It's coming to Mexico and the United States and Canada. That is an opportunity to reimagine culture. Our football is not this football, but we do both in the United States. But to bring together people around the continent and, again, around the world, focused on the America that we're becoming, the America will be for the next 250 years.
Such a feel-good panel. Joe, just kind of jumping up that, is soft power something that everyone can engage in at its best? What could that accomplish?
Well, let's face it, soft power is because it's power, something we all have and use every day. We don't spend most of our day hitting each other over the head or paying them. We're always trying to attract each other. And the interesting question is, how do you do that at the international level? A leader in a democratic society has to practice soft power and understand it, or they fail. So I think the interesting question, since we're at a security forum, is how does that relate to security? And we've talked about cultural exports, Hollywood, basically various ways that have already been discussed. And Farron was correctly right on that. But there's also how we behave at home, which is an enormous source of attraction or unattraction. And I think that's what Anne-Marie and Corey were referring to. Let me give you an example from the 1960s. During the Vietnam War, by the late 1960s, American government policy was wildly unpopular around the world. And you had people marching in the streets all over opposing the American government. But you know what they sang? They didn't sing the Communist Internationale. They sang Martin Luther King, "We Shall Overcome." That's a message or an anthem from American civil society, which shows that a large part of our attraction is this question of who we are and how we behave at home, which is why I would echo what my colleagues have said about this. It's critically important. That then brings you to my comment to concluded, is how do you combine government and culture effectively? And I called that smart power. I mean, sometimes the two are in canceling each other out, as the Vietnam example illustrates. But it's also true that if you're able to have the two reinforce each other, it makes a huge difference. There's a Norwegian who once said that during the Cold War, Europe was divided into two empires, a Soviet empire and American empire. But the difference was the American empire was an empire by invitation. And that's absolutely crucial. So the question is, how do we design policies and strategies for dealing with China, Russia, others, that are what I call smart power, that combine these two? And just to conclude, we're not doing all that badly. The Pew poll, which was taken, I think, of 37 countries last year, asked around the world which country is more attractive, the U.S. or China, and the U.S. won overwhelmingly in all continents except Africa.
Yeah, we've talked a lot about Chinese influence around the globe, so that's important to note. It was interesting to hear the chairman of the Joint Chiefs talk about, just as a reminder that militaries around the world, they want to be like ours. That kind of affinity and desire to emulate is something he feels all the time and sees all the time. And Joe noted, sometimes there's negative soft power out there, as Anne-Marie did too, on sort of our image abroad. Corey, what will it take, for other parts of society to kind of have that experience that the chairman talked about, and that can counter those effects of the negative?
Well, first and foremost, making good choices helps counter the negative, right? So that would be a good place to start. I do think the American military, the way they conduct themselves, the fact that, as George Washington said at the end of the Revolutionary War, that the American military yearns to be the first military in 1,000 years that's not a threat to democracy. That's an enormous amount of soft power, right? The way we worry about how our military is conducting itself, the way we worry about whether it is attractive to young Americans, the way that we engage with foreign countries through our military, the way we train other militaries not to be a threat to civilian governance in their society. Those are all enormous American assets. But the military is a hierarchical, coercive institution, and you can't replicate that in voluntary circumstances elsewhere in American society. I love the description of Americans given by the British historian Bertha Ann Reuter in 1923. She wrote, "Americans are people so extreme in politics or religion or both that they couldn't live in peace where they came from." And I love that, not only because I think it's descriptive then and now, but also the problems that America struggles with are not, for the most part, unique to America. Other societies are struggling with the very things we are. We just do it big, loud, and in everybody's range of vision. And I think the point that Joe made about protest movements mimicking the nonviolent integrity, the language, the music, the behavior of the American Civil Rights Movement is just perfect, because we are both, by bad example, the need for a civil rights movement, and good example, the fact that we loudly adjudicated it and came to a different social consensus about what we wanted for our society. That's actually American soft power. It's not the having it right. It's not just the having it right. It's the struggle to get it right. And we're not the only people struggling to get it right.
Here, here. So what kind of role can influencers play?
So I would answer that in 1 second. I do want to be realistic about one thing. We have never not done soft power. Obviously, there are arms of every part of government that does soft power, including the Department of State, where we put it firmly in the public diplomacy shop. Yet, we do not give money to soft power. So we can talk as much as we want about how important it is for the United States government to use soft power, but we don't value it. And I want to be really clear about that. You talk to embassies around the world, they have all kinds of great ideas, and they don't have the infrastructure to be able to do that. I just have to say that. But the other piece of this is sort of the creativity part, which is the influencers. So we talked about a government wielding soft power, and we also talked about an individual that is able to get on, YouTube or Instagram or whatever platform they want to use and really change very quickly the perception of something in a moment. And there's some negative examples I can use for that. You recently saw, I don't know, 7 months ago maybe, the American woman who went on TikTok to say that she had been duped and that bin Laden was actually great, and you should go out and read his manifesto. Years of work, 2 decades worth of hell that we have gone through to try to in the aftermath of 9/11, not to speak of the lives that were lost. And yet this one person was able to send something virally. Now, we can't control every human that is on a social media platform, but I'm simply making the point that the power of soft power is not just with mechanisms like the Public Diplomacy Bureau at the State Department. It is with everybody, and to the points that were made, civil society. So I went on ChatGPT because I was thinking about the future, and I asked it, what haven't we done in soft power around the world? Use all countries, what could we do? And ChatGPT told me that we ought to go Gen Z influencers, and we should start doing exchanges with them. That could turn out really badly, by the way. But I want to say I think that there's a moment here where we can be really fun about the things that might be able to happen because an individual wants to show their story, their American story, who they are, how they navigate it, and own it in a very particular way.
This is when all panels collide, when Farah goes on ChatGPT to ask about soft power. I should open this up for questions. You're all going to have incredible ones, better than mine, so I'll just let folks bring the microphone.
Thank you so much. I'm Kelsey Frierson, one of the rising leaders in this year's cohort, and work at Beacon Global Strategies. I have so appreciated this panel because I think it starts getting at something that I think we all feel and we all can sense that there's this kind of we're losing our grip on soft power. And I also think it's really helpful to kind of paint this as both a whole of society approach, but then also looking specifically within government where there are institutions or where there is kind of effort here. So my question, and throw it to all of you, is the United States government set up right now to do soft power right? I think back to the Cold War with the U.S. Information Agency and in the dissolution of that agency. I know we have the Global Engagement Center at the State Department, we have public diplomacy, but is there an institution in place to coordinate soft power efforts?
No, and Americans wouldn't trust it if there was.
Well, no, and I listened to Secretary Rice and Secretary Gates yesterday, thinking exactly about how wonderful it would be if we had a source of news that told the truth. But I don't think that would be necessary to be beamed into Russia. I would like it in the United States, where all Americans actually agreed. So, in the fragmentation of the media environment, no radio station, no television station could possibly play that role. And then when you're beyond that, then again, we don't know how to even wrap our arms around the fragmentation of the media environment so that we as Americans have a trusted source. I would think that is a place we ought to be trying to invest. Civil society as well. It's a large part, we know, of what plagues the United States, the death of local news. And then you have national news that is deeply politicized and manipulated if we're on social media. So I think that is a problem for the U.S. government, but I think it's a bigger problem for the U.S. and for our peer allies.
I could just add, I agree. I think the answer, no, I agree with. But the important thing to realize is that it's not just whether USIA was abolished or the Undersecretary of State, if for that position has been vacant about half the time. That's a dereliction on the part of government. It's that we should be putting more money and efforts into promoting ideas. But here I'll quote my colleague Condi Rice again. It's important that what we do is stick on the truth. In other words, if we shouldn't get into the business of broadcasting propaganda. We should be broadcasting the truth. That's our strong suit. And all these people on VPNs in China and Russia are not there because they want to hear an attack on Russia or China. They want to know what the hell's going on in their own country. So government has to be very careful to put more resources into this, but don't distort it and don't get in the way of what's our great strength.
Quick shout out for U.S. News and World Report. We're amazing.
Good afternoon, and thank you all so much for this panel. It's been really impactful for me personally. My name is Tyra Beeman. I am currently a member of the U.S. Foreign Service. And I'm also a proud member and graduate of Spelman College, which is a historically black women's college. And one of the things that we learned our first year is about the Sankofa bird. The Sankofa bird, if you all may be aware, is a West African bird that represents, as you move forward, you always should be looking back. The bird has its head turned, and this image is oftentimes used in a lot of both literature, but also thinking about why history matters. And so you all noted the importance of history. But one of the things I'm most worried about is the erosion and the erasure of histories that refer to my ancestors personally, as well as to all of us, really. Where's that truth, as you noted? And so what can we do as education systems are being attacked throughout the United States? What can we do as spaces of higher education are also under attack? Where can we seek to ensure the next generation does learn their history accurately, to ensure that we as a society and as a world move forward without forgetting our impactful, our dark, our complex history of the past?
Farah, do you want to start?
Well, I would turn it to the scholars on the panel. But one quick thing is don't limit your own narrative and your voice. You are so powerful. Each one of you who has that little device in your hand has an opportunity to change your peers and change a narrative in your own community. So don't wait for somebody else to do this for you. You have to take your own agency seriously, and you need to be really excited about doing that because it's a very rich, sometimes very difficult and painful, but really rich history in the way in which you describe what it's been like for you here in the United States.
And I'd just add that the politics are really nasty at the moment and likely to be for some time. But you can imagine, again, in the sense of 2026, and I'll just note, it's not just 2026. 2027 to 2037 is the decade before the 250th anniversary of the Constitution. So this is a period from now, probably through to 2050 of anniversaries, of reflections, and again, of where are we going for the next 250. But if you put the philanthropic interest and just the civic interest in reviving local news, which many, many people understand, again, has been an engine of democracy. I mean, imagine de Tocqueville had there been no sort of local news. And the revival of civics, which is one of the few bipartisan areas you can see. You bring those together, and I can imagine an organization like Report for America, just as one, where in all towns you bring together young people and older people to tell the history of their town and to tell a complete history of their town with all the members of their town now. That may not be taught in the local public school system, depending on what state you're in. But you don't need to do it through the public school system if we can bring the right entities together. And again, these big anniversaries are galvanizing markers, and it's up to us to use it right.
Corey.
So what I think you're seeing with book restrictions and things like that is a backlash to what's actually happening in the field of history, which is an enormous diversification and amplification of voices that have traditionally not been considered to matter. So the bad news is we are seeing America as a society struggle with how comfortable we are with the pace of change and with a changing perspective on how we think about our own history. But that's so normal in American society. This is us finding the new social compact. And what's driven that is actually this explosion of diverse and inclusive voices in the writing and studying of history. And that's the good news piece of it.
Joe, last word.
Well, just an anecdote, because I agree totally with what my colleagues have said. In November of 2008, right after the American election, I was at a conference with a member of the British cabinet, and he turned to me and he said, "You Americans are amazing. Yesterday, because of the Iraq war, you were the most unpopular country in the world. Now you've elected an African American for the first time in your history, and you've restored your soft power." So I think that's the moral of the story.
This panel is one of the many things that makes Aspen just phenomenal in my mind. Please help me thank 4 brilliant thinkers who inspire us.
Thank you so much to our partners at University of Denver and for that terrific panel. There are 3 concepts we've heard several times this week: democracy, resilience, and AI. We're putting them all together now for a fantastic panel with our co-chair, Condoleezza Rice, also the 66th U.S. Secretary of State, Teresa Hudson, who's the corporate vice president in the Technology for Fundamental Rights part of Microsoft, Anna Makanju, who's the Vice President for Global Affairs at OpenAI, and we're moderated today by Alex Ward, who's the National Security Reporter at Politico. Please join me in welcoming them to the stage.
Aspen, how we doing? Guys, come on. I know it's near the end, but how we doing? We doing all right? Okay, good, good, good. I know it's only been a short 4 days. Y'all are tired. We're going to talk about AI and democratic resilience, and I want to be very clear that we're talking about the system of government democracy, not the Democratic Party. That resilience question is a separate one. We're not going to talk about that today. But it's good to see you guys. Since we only have a short amount of time, I will just get into it. Over these very short 4 days, by the way, thank you all for being here. Over these short 4 days, we've been hearing a lot of optimism about AI, what it can do, how it's going to change the world. I have been hearing, as part of being here, the more skeptical side, maybe more pessimistic side. For example, people pointing out that in a recent ODNI, Office of Director of National Intelligence report, there was a mention of Russia, China, other countries using, creating AI-led information to sway the election, the American election, to the point of using Southern vernacular, Midwestern terminology to reach a certain audience. And so I'm wondering, sort of at the core of this entire AI debate as we think about it is, how do you get the right information out to the people before the wrong information gets out? And so since we have such esteemed people on this panel, I might leave that to you. How is the defense versus offense moment that we're in, how's that going?
Well, one thing that should give us all a lot of optimism is the fact that we're having conversations like this. So we've really had many years of learning and a much more resilient ecosystem even beyond companies like OpenAI and Microsoft and others. But we have made it as difficult as possible to use our tools to do this kind of work. And what we have seen, because we also have quite robust investigative capacity at our company, is that we are able to leverage this technology to do really significant work, in particular in influence operations. We released the report in May. We can do things in minutes right now to investigate this kind of activity that used to take us days because of the amount of information you can process with these tools, because of the velocity with which you can do it, because of the languages, the instantaneous translation we have. We were able to take down several influence operations, but also what we saw when we were taking them down is that, like everybody else, the bad guys don't really know how to use this stuff yet. And they are...
but they will.
Yeah, well, but that's why we need to stay ahead of them.
Well, I mean, it turns out what they're good at is propaganda. And so they use whatever tools they have. And some of that is, not that modern technology. It's video editing and I think what we have seen similarly is that the nation-state attacks haven't been that effective, actually. The good news about election-related content is the crowds actually help counter the narratives almost immediately. The trickier stuff is the one-to-one contacts. So, but I do think it's sort of the responsibility lies with the tech companies to help build that resilience through the technology and through public education. So both of our companies are doing that, building in tools to make sure that the safety architecture is good, building in content provenance technology so you can, sign content as being authoritative. So if the Russians slap a BBC logo on something, you should be able to determine if it's actually coming from the BBC itself. So we've actually done a lot of work with the BBC around content authentication, using our technology to detect deepfakes on the system and then taking them down, giving people tools to report if they see them on the systems. And we've undertaken a lot of public awareness campaigns. We went out ahead of the EU elections, UK and France elections, and now we were at the RNC this week and we'll be at the DNC in Chicago, training political parties and candidates on deepfakes and how easy it is to create them, how hard it is to spot them, and then how to protect yourself as a campaign, because it does require that sort of layered approach, I think, to counteract what you've described.
Secretary Rice, you're an expert on democracy, global democracy. There's a decent amount of elections happening in the world this year that have already happened, of course, not including just our own. I'm curious, having studied this issue for so long, have you ever seen it a tougher environment for citizens to make the most informed decisions?
Oh, absolutely. One where terrorists are threatening you all the time. I mean, I think we have to not overstate this problem. It is a problem, and I do think the technologists, I live in the Silicon Valley, so I talk to these folks all the time, and I do think that technology companies are trying very hard to find ways through the technology itself to ameliorate some of the problems of the technology, and I applaud that work, and it needs to continue. The other point that I'll make, though, is that if trolls, foreign trolls, want to try to get in and stir up trouble, we've given them plenty of ammunition with which to do it. Because technology is rarely the cause of a problem. It can exacerbate a problem. So when we have the kinds of deep divisions that we're seeing, it's somewhat easier to do. In the nothing's new under the sun, Joseph Stalin had something called fifth columns within democratic societies. And he went after populations that had reason to be disaffected. And one of his strongest campaigns in the United States was in the African American community, because in the 1920s and 1930s, there was a lot to be disaffected about. And so I think we also have to go back and look at why is this a problem? Yes, the technology is exacerbating it. Yes, it makes it faster. Yes, the tools are better. But the underlying problem is that people are believing things because of the disaffection. And it's not just among minority populations, it's among populations that feel, as we were talking about yesterday, that they've been left out, and et cetera, et cetera. So we need to work on both ends of the problem, the technology, but also the disaffection that allows the technology to exacerbate it.
I mean, at the core of this conversation is really how do we stop citizens from getting punked?
Yeah.
Right? I mean, in a way. I mean, if I understand that there could be the undemocratic megaphone of technology, as you were describing, but at its core, I'm curious, actually, we have a decent crowd here. How many of you, when you go online, feel that you can get the right information that you want to find? Raise your hands. All right, for those watching on video, that's probably 70%? Okay. Now, how many of you would trust whether a company or a government said, this is the right information?
That's a confusing question.
It is a confusing question.
I think what you're getting at is, I think it's the question of who do we trust as a trusted speaker, right? This is the big challenge. And, to your point, 100%, it's 100% true that the problem is that we have fissures in society. We don't have trusted speakers. We don't have trusted institutions. So we have to rebuild trust in institutions. And so, we've talked about this sort of technology layer as creating some trust. But, part of this is on the technology company itself as an institution, it needs to build trust that it's building technology that helps humanity rather than harms humanity. But we're not alone in that. You know, it is the government that needs to rebuild trust in itself as an institution. It is the media that needs to rebuild trust in institutions. Virtually anybody here who works with an institution probably faces this problem, higher ed. You know, how do we do that? And I think some of it is, you know, there's some stuff around, you know, be transparent about how you make your decisions, transparency, accountability, leadership. These are human problems. They're not technology problems.
Well, this is why I admit that was an unscientific poll, first of all, and that my question, excuse the nerves, was not perfectly worded. But I guess what I was trying to demonstrate with that, even with this audience here, is that if the messages, or if the goal is to rebuild trust in institutions, if that's what we need, if we're trying to sew up the fissures in society, right now you have, even in an elite audience, general concern that maybe they still can't trust these kinds of institutions to give the answers that you need to get ahead of that misinformation.
But isn't it true that Americans have always been skeptical? We're kind of natural skeptics, right? So maybe that's not a terrible thing. I don't know that I want to live in a world in which there is 100% trust in everything that's said to me. So let's not make that the goal.
It was an unscientific poll for those who care.
Right.
Sorry, PhD people.
No. So I think the more important question is how do we make certain that the information that is getting there isn't somehow rigged? And that was your point about being punked, right? How do we make certain of that? Because I actually think during COVID, let's take COVID as an example. I don't mind that there were people who were skeptical. I was not personally, but skeptical about the efficacy of masks. I don't mind that there were people who were skeptical about the 6-foot separation, because it turns out later on that the 6-foot separation actually wasn't scientific. So I think sometimes we say skepticism is a problem when skepticism actually is a bit of a defense against exactly the kind of thing that you're thinking.
The American Revolution was skeptic.
The American Revolution, a bunch of skeptics, that's right.
Although to give a more boring answer to the question, part of the question I think you were trying to ask is I do think we do need some new ecosystem tools here, and that's why, you know, each of our companies can only do so much about the content that is being generated by the tools that we build. But we think we really need to invest in more of these ecosystem plays like C2PA, if you've heard this, which is basically a digital passport that travels with a piece of content. And the great thing about something like this is that it's not just that when you see a DALL-E image from OpenAI, you know that that's where it's from, but it's like news organizations are using this, camera companies are using this. And so if you can have tools like this, that you can look at a piece of content from any source and have identifying information, then that is much more helpful than just each AI company identifying its own content. So I think we do need to build some more, basically, ecosystem tools that generate trust and content across the board.
So let me, there was an official from a government here that I promised I would not reveal. And this official said that when they receive basically disinformation attacks on their public, and then the government tries to correct it with the correct information, that by their estimation, only about 20-30% of the people who receive the disinformation got access to the correct information. So, I'm sorry, did that make sense for people? I'm bad at math.
To put it differently, a lie goes all halfway around
Right.
the world before the truth, right? So whatever that statement is.
Right,
But
so
I think that's kind of what you're getting at,
Precisely, right? So help me, if that is, I guess, maybe one of the core issues here, to bring part of our conversation, we're already at the halfway point. So help me solve that problem with what you guys are doing, with what you know. How do we get the truth faster than the lie, if we can?
Well, I mean, a lot of what we do is try to prevent people from being able to spread the lie to begin with. You know, this is why we don't let people generate real people using the image software. It's why we haven't released the voice or video software until we have absolute confidence in the safety mitigations. I think to a certain extent and we need to invest in, as Teresa was talking about, all of the tools that help people identify truth to begin with and help them understand what impact, if any, this technology will have.
I think part of the challenge is it's not exactly, it's partly a technology question because of the distribution question. Like, it's distributed fast, but it is actually that foundational question. Why does the lie travel faster? why doesn't the truth resonate? Is it because the person who's speaking it isn't trusted? Right? So I think it is partly a technology problem, but if the problem is just, if lies and truth are distributed in the same way, why does one take hold? And it's a good question for us as a society. I mean,
do you have any research that shows that the first thing that you hear is what sticks? That's what I would say to your government official, right? You were late in getting to the party with your information. And so you were now already swimming upstream because people had come to believe a particular thing. I remember that we had this problem in government all the time because you would wake up in Washington, D.C., the time zone anyplace else was already 8, 10, 12 hours ahead, and some lie had spread. So a very famous one was that the United States military had flushed a Koran down a toilet in one of our bases. Right, fundamentally untrue. But while we were checking out the story, because we didn't want to go and say that something wasn't true if it in fact was true, the story had now taken off across all of the Middle East. And no matter what we said about no, it turns out not to have been true, it was too late. And so once the lie is out there, that's why I like your notion that you have to try to make sure that the lie doesn't get out there in the beginning. It's actually kind of human nature. The first thing you hear is what sticks. And I think that's one of the real problems with then trying to go back and so-called correct the record.
So maybe just broadening this out to a bit of a geopolitical thing. I've in preparation for this, I've read some AI books, one of which was published around 6-7 years ago. And the main thesis of that book was China's won the AI race. It's over. It's done. There's no way back for America. And then you heard Eric Schmidt at one of the, I believe the first panel of this, say actually the gap is getting wider and it's the U.S. in the lead and perhaps somewhat unrecoverable. We don't have to go too much into of course, there are ramifications for national security, economy, et cetera. But I'm curious in terms of the democratic conversation, that actually does feel like a good news story, right? That the United States is winning this race in terms of.
Well, here's why it's not just a good news story, but it's an absolutely critical story, right? Do the thought experiment that Nazi Germany and/or the Soviet Union win the nuclear race ahead of the United States. We're having a debate, a discussion about the upsides of AI, but also the downsides. If something goes wrong, we will have investigative reporters, we will have congressional hearings, you will have whistleblowers. I can guarantee you that won't happen in Beijing. And so whatever the downsides of a particular technology, I want that technological race to be won by a democracy, because that democracy will be open to the discussion of the problems with that technology. And so for me, this is a run fast, run hard United States of America, run fast, run hard Great Britain. Not much of the rest of the world matters right now. And as you run fast and run hard, don't do things in terms of government regulation and government decision-making that slows our progress, because you're also not going to see that in China. And maybe Eric mentioned, this was kind of an innovation leap, because before generative AI, you would have said that China, they were training so much data, they had so much data, they didn't have privacy concerns. But of course, two things have happened. They can't do generative AI because they've been denied the chip to do it. Eventually, they will catch up. But the other thing that has happened is that they have tried to control from the top. Xi Jinping thought has to be in everything that is put into the models. And they will probably continue to retard their own growth, but we have to run faster and harder.
No Winnie the Pooh in their models, I guess.
And can I add one very important, this is absolutely a correct list, but one other really important thing on this list is that China produces by far the largest number of AI researchers in the world. And half of them work here. And in fact, if you look at all of the top labs in the United States, you will find a pretty large percentage of those people are on visas, are naturalized citizens, are not native-born Americans. And so one of the huge advantages we have, because one of the biggest bottlenecks in this industry is the talent, is the leading researchers, and our ability to attract them has been a really important piece. And that is something we really need to keep in mind as not, we should be accelerating that and doing everything we can to increase our ability to continue to attract this talent.
And maybe just one thing to add, I do think this technology is something that gives us both hard and soft power. The more people around the world using ChatGPT versus a China model of that, the better. So, let's embrace the innovation for both of those reasons as well. There will be national security uses of AI as well, but there's also just the power of American technology that is itself quite a powerful signal about innovation and what the West can bring to the world.
This brings us to actually a bit of a revelation, not a revelation, but out of the RNC this week, in the platform, it said that they weren't looking to, if the Republicans come back to power, they're not looking to regulate AI. They're looking to basically let companies lead in terms of, how they develop the technology. Is that appealing to you in terms of, one, just to not have as much government regulation on this, and is it also necessary in order to develop it in the way you need to develop it?
We've really actually called for regulation. We do think we need some rules of the road, and also would prefer not to have this regulated at the state level. 50 states regulating this will make business impossible. It's already challenging enough to be a global business. And then I think there are some things that we can all just agree should be regulated. Things like we shouldn't be able to use this technology to create what is known as non-consensual sexual imagery or porn. We shouldn't be able to use this to create fake porn of teenage girls. I think we can agree on that. And there are some places where we have some baseline values that we should be okay regulating the technology. So I don't think we would we're not in a position, I think, to say, don't regulate us. I think that the technology is new, it is novel, and we do think there need to be some guardrails on it.
Look, I think everyone right now is struggling to figure out the right balance between allowing innovation and generating the kind of trust that is necessary for people to actually adopt and use these tools. And in addition to the fragmentation at the state level, if the United States is not in the lead on the regulatory infrastructure, we're going to also have multiple global models. And so this is one of the areas where it actually is important for the U.S. to take the lead. And in fact, I would argue this has been one of the areas where there has been more bipartisan consensus than perhaps on any other topic. If you look at the number of bipartisan pieces of legislation that has been introduced in the last year on AI, I struggle to think of another area where there's been as much consensus. So I do think this is there is hope for figuring out this balance.
Yeah, I don't think you have to worry. You will end up being regulated. Right?
We already are.
I
have a lot of faith in Congress.
I'd be careful what I ask for, because regulators will regulate even if they don't understand what they're regulating. Right. So this is the worry. This is the problem. And I see really three issues here. One is that the understanding in Congress and even less in the executive branch of what the future might look like is really pretty imperfect. And in fact, you can't even tell them what the future would look like. So let's not get out ahead. One thing we're trying to do at Hoover is actually because Senator Mark Warner was with us at one point and said he wanted to so we go to the labs. You say to Fei Li or the folks in what's coming up and how can we explain to our leaders what the implications are for various aspects of national security, the economy, so forth. So let's try to educate before we start regulating. That would be my first point. The second point is the one that you made. We have a real problem now because the innovative state is the United States and to a certain extent Great Britain in what you do, and Europe is the regulator without the innovation. And if we get a separation of the innovator from the regulator, we're really going to start to have problems. And so is there a way to increase the dialogue with our like-minded democratic European colleagues to get out of a world in which they're just going after regulation and we're going after innovation? I think those are two real danger points right now.
And Yeah, I mean, I absolutely agree with you. I always joke that I think we're probably the most heavily regulated per capita company on Earth because there are already lots of areas where AI is being regulated. Just because you are using AI to do fraud doesn't make fraud legal. Also, so I think people should understand that we're not sort of like the wild, wild west and nothing applies. And there are already a lot of areas where there are many regulators who have the power to intervene when they see harm coming from this technology. But at the same time, one of the things that we're really bullish on is something like the AI Safety Institute, because they can have an approach that is science-based, that is fact-based, that is creating a common language, because right now there's just a lot of conversation that is vibes-based. It's like we don't even know what catastrophic risk means or like how to measure when it happens, and we really need that scientific basis on which to base regulation, to your point, that we're not just coming out there with proposals that actually don't reflect the state of the technology itself.
Don't worry, AI isn't the only thing that vibes govern these days. I think we have time for one question, if anyone's got it. Right here.
Thank you so much. Kelsey Frierson, one of the rising leaders. Until about 3 weeks ago, I was an AI fellow in the Senate. So a lot of this stuff is kind of what I spent the last year thinking about. I'm curious kind of on the innovation side of things, what incentives, whether it's through like direct R&D investment or just ways to direct private investment, the government should be considering to kind of keep our innovative edge, especially in a very kind of like austere political environment when it comes to increasing spending on anything right now. So just curious if you have any thoughts on how to maintain that innovative edge.
I did not plan to call on an AI fellow, to be clear. That was purely coincidental. Please.
Well, you go ahead.
Well, one incentive I do think actually goes to your talent point, which is our immigration system. We should make it easier for people to be here, to stay here, and to bring the best brains working on these issues to the United States, adding to the innovation system in the United States. So that's my first point.
Yeah, I think you're asking an extremely important question, which is what is the proper role of government at this point? And I think the proper role of government is not choosing winners and losers and trying to decide where the technology is going. So just a very quick vignette. A man named Bill Perry, he was the Undersecretary for Research and Engineering for the Clinton administration, and then Secretary of Defense for Carter, and then Secretary of Defense for Clinton. He's one of the smartest people I know. Bill said that in 1978 he testified and he was asked, what about this thing called personal computer? He said, I don't see why anybody would ever want a personal computer, right? So
I'm really thrilled he was wrong.
Right, exactly. So government isn't very good at picking winners and losers. The second point is we do have a model that has worked extremely well in the United States. It goes all the way back to a man named Vannevar Bush, who recognized that if the government was willing to support fundamental research in places like universities, you would get the kind of output that we've gotten in the Silicon Valley, where Stanford and Berkeley and other places have created the innovation, it's been commercialized, and the entire economy has benefited. The government on the fundamental research side is falling down. NSF numbers are down. By the way, NIH numbers are not, because as a friend of mine said, because baby boomers are determined to do something about that 100% death rate. So NIH we're going to fund. But everything else on the fundamental side is suffering. And then the final point I'll make is that we do have right now an interesting dilemma. There is not a university nor combination of universities that can do what Microsoft does. We don't have the compute power. So you have to ask whether or not this extremely transformative technology at the leading edge is only going to be in the commercial sector. Now, I'm as dyed-in-the-wool capitalist as you will ever find, but I don't really think that we want to have just commercial incentives pushing where the technology is going. And so as a country, we're going to have to think about what alternatives are there to get that kind of compute power into non-commercial settings. It may be partnerships. It may be the national labs, which may have a role in this. But that proper role of government question, I think, is the hardest one that we're facing, and we'd better get on it because things are moving.
The one thing I would add, and this builds on Secretary Rice's point, is that we are increasingly seeing that infrastructure is destiny. And essentially, it will be essential to leverage and to stay ahead on this technology. Obviously, this administration has done quite a bit in terms of what it has done to make sure that our adversaries have a harder time catching up, and that investing and ensuring that we have domestic semiconductor production. But there is a lot more to be done on this front, because the demand for this is just going to be incredible across the hardware and the energy. And how do we solve that without exacerbating other dynamics?
Well, I don't know about you, but I could have had this conversation for a lot longer. This is so fascinating. First of all, thank you. You made it to the second to last panel. There's one more to come. I think you know what it is. So stay in your seats, stay excited. But as you sit in your seats and stay excited, please thank this wonderful panel.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you have made it with us to day 4 of 4, a huge amount of territory covered both geographically and substantively. And now we have, last but certainly absolutely not least, Jake Sullivan, the current National Security Advisor of the United States, pretty much the busiest man in the United States government. And I want to bring it back to the theme that we started this conference with when we started on Tuesday. Jake and his team, and really the whole U.S. government, have done an unbelievable job reforming our alliances. So I just want to read you what Jake said. When President Biden took office in 2021, our alliances around the world were atrophied and underutilized. Now, 3.5 years later, our allies are committing more to our common defense than at any point since the end of the Cold War, making both them and America more secure. So without further ado, let me welcome Dimitri Sevastopoulou and Jake to the stage. Thank you.
Jake, if I pour you a glass of water, will you give us some scoops today? Good afternoon, everyone. Jake, great to see you. How do you feel being out of Washington? Is it a good feeling?
It's a very good feeling.
So will you forgive me if I bring you back there just for 2 minutes?
I guess that comes with the territory.
It's no secret that President Biden is under a lot of pressure from Democrats and Democratic donors to drop out of the race. I know you can't talk about the campaign, so I won't ask you that. But what I would like to know is, are you seeing any impact on how U.S. adversaries are viewing the U.S., any sign that they might be about to do something because of all the distraction in Washington?
Well, first of all, we had the NATO summit last week. Anya was kind enough to talk about what we tried to do with respect to U.S. allies. And if you look at the outcome of that summit, it was a display of unity and purpose and dynamism and, yes, burden sharing, the likes of which we have not seen in a long time. And it was unity around Ukraine. It was unity about the threat from Russia, and it was unity around the threat from China, where there was a very important statement in that communique about the ways in which China represents a challenge to the transatlantic community. And I think what our adversaries saw from that was the United States, under President Biden's leadership, pulling together and mobilizing the most powerful alliance in the history of the world, and not just celebrating 75 years, but really setting up the alliance for the future in a profound way. And so we are going to continue day in, day out, driving towards a ceasefire and hostage deal in Gaza, continuing to support Ukraine on the battlefield, and working on the full range of initiatives that we have underway, while sending a message to our adversaries that if they want to mess with the United States and our allies, they're going to have a very rude awakening about what's in store for them.
And just to be clear, U.S. intelligence hasn't picked up any signs that some of these adversaries may be about to mess with America.
Well, look, it's an election year. And what we all know very well and what has been discussed here at the forum this year and in years past is that our adversaries do look at American elections as points to try to influence, to try to undermine confidence in our democracy, to try to put their thumb on the scale. And the Director of National Intelligence released a report last week indicating they're back at that this year too. And we're clear-eyed about that. And we are doing a lot to push back against it, to ensure the sanctity of our elections, to ensure the safety of our voting system, so we will keep doing that. But in terms of some other special kind of threat from countries for this moment, we don't see anything like that. But we do see our adversaries in many different respects, challenging American interests, undermining American partners and allies. And we have a full suite of activities underway in coordination with those allies to push back on that.
Let's talk about the Middle East and Gaza. Prime Minister Netanyahu is coming to Washington, I believe, on Monday. It's also no secret that his relationship with President Biden could be better. So what message is President Biden going to deliver to Bibi when they meet on Monday?
The overriding focus of the meeting between President Biden and Prime Minister Netanyahu is going to be about the ceasefire and hostage deal. Several weeks ago, the president went out and said to the world, there is a blueprint, a pathway to get the hostages home, a ceasefire in place, humanitarian assistance surged into Gaza, and then a platform to build greater peace and stability across the Middle East. That was at the end of May. Over the course of June, he built global support for that, getting UN Security Council endorsement, getting a G7 endorsement, getting the countries of the region to speak out on it, and securing Israel's commitment to it. We now also have Hamas's commitment to the broad framework the president laid out. But there are details to be worked through because this is a complicated piece of business to try to execute a ceasefire in a circumstance like this, with respect to Israel's military presence, with respect to humanitarian assistance flows, and with respect to what the long-term disposition of the Gaza Strip is going to be. So the president will focus his energy with Prime Minister Netanyahu on what it is going to take, working together, the U.S. and Israel, and then the U.S. working with the other guarantors, the other mediators in this process to get this deal done in the coming weeks. And as you heard from Secretary Blinken earlier today, we believe there is an opportunity to get it done. We are mindful that there remain obstacles in the way, and let's use next week to try to clear through those obstacles and get to a deal.
So Tony Blinken said you're at the 10-yard line, which is an Irishman. I had to try and work out what that meant, but I think I'm there. The question I have is, have you reached agreement so far in terms of a transition from a kind of interim temporary ceasefire to a permanent ceasefire, or is that something that will have to be ironed out once you get into the first ceasefire?
Well, President Biden laid this out in pretty clear terms when he spoke about the deal publicly. This is a deal that proceeds in 3 phases. To go from phase 1 to phase 2 requires a discussion, indirect discussion between Israel and Hamas over the conditions for phase 2. One of the central conditions would be how you do the remaining hostage and prisoner swap as part of phase 2, but other conditions as well. And as President Biden said, those are going to be difficult talks. They're going to require a lot of give and take, a lot of back and forth. And while the initial phase is 6 weeks, the president said that one of the terms of this framework is that if the parties are at the table with the mediators continuing to make progress, that first phase could be extended until they do reach agreement and move into phase 2. So most of that is understood by both Israel and Hamas. There are some technical details to be worked out about the phase 1 to phase 2 sequence. That's one of the issues that we have to work through in the end game, and it's one of the things that President Biden will have the chance to talk to the Prime Minister about next week.
How optimistic are you that you'll get there?
You know, I have learned the hard way never to use the word optimism in the same sentence as the Middle East. And so what I will say is that I think we have our best opportunity now that we have had since the last brief hostage deal in November to get to an outcome. It is there for the taking. The broad framework is well understood and broadly agreed. And so the real issue is, can we work through the politics on both sides, the psychology on both sides, and frankly, the practicalities of executing something as complex as a ceasefire in a circumstance like this? I believe the answer to those questions is yes. And we are determined to make it yes. So we're not going to rest until we have this thing in place, and sooner rather than later.
When the president meets Bibi on Monday, is he going to see a copy or get a readout on what Bibi intends to say to Congress in his speech on Wednesday? And as you will remember better than me, the last time Bibi spoke to Congress, it wasn't very flattering towards the Obama-Biden administration. How concerned are you that Bibi will say something on Wednesday that will disrupt the progress towards getting over that finishing line?
Well, last week we had two senior Israeli officials in town for discussions on Lebanon and Iran. We had Ron Dermer and Zaki Hanegbi, the Minister of Strategic Affairs and the National Security Advisor for Israel. And they gave us a broad preview of what the Prime Minister is intending to say in his speech. They said he's intending to reinforce a set of themes and arguments that are not at odds or in contradiction to our policy, American policy. But they're going to keep working that speech till the very last minute, just like we do on our side. I doubt we will see an actual copy of the remarks right before he goes up, but I do expect the Prime Minister will lay out for the President in pretty specific terms what he intends to say. And politics and speeches are always unpredictable, but our expectation is that his speech will be one that doesn't look like 2015. It looks like what it should in the circumstances of today, and that is how the U.S. and Israel are trying together to face down a terrorist threat, to coordinate together on the regional challenges that both of our countries are facing, and how we're continuing to work towards the ceasefire and hostage deal. Whether that happens or not, I'll stay tuned, you'll stay tuned, we'll see, but I expect to have constructive conversations with the Israeli government in the days leading up to the speech.
So you're not going to give us a detailed preview yourself today?
I will definitely leave that to the Israelis.
All right. I want to ask about Evan Gershkovich. The president issued a statement this morning condemning his 16-year prison sentence for the crime of committing journalism. Does the fact that he's been sentenced, and does that actually make it easier to get a prisoner swap deal?
Look, one of the president's highest priorities, not just since Evan was taken, but even before Evan was taken, when Paul Whelan, was in prison and has been for 5.5 years, stretching back to the previous administration, has been to get all of our American citizens home, not just from Russia, but from countries around the world. And the record of this administration, I have to say, is quite remarkable. You had Roger Carstens out here a couple of days ago at the forum. Close to 50 Americans that we have brought home, either hostages or unjustly detained people, and we have done that through difficult decisions, through hard diplomacy, and through the president making this a relentless priority. And that goes for Evan Gershkovich, and uniquely in his case, because, as you said, he has been taken into prison and convicted for the crime of committing journalism, for something that we care passionately about in this country. This is something the president will not rest until we get him home. To your specific question, we are going to make every effort we can to get to the point where Russia agrees to release Evan and Paul, that we get them home and we get them home safe. And we would like to see that happen today or tomorrow or the next day, but I can't handicap right now sitting here on stage what is likely to happen or what the psychology of the Russian mind is on the question of the conviction and how it plays into any negotiations. All I can tell you is we are laser focused on this. We are determined to make it happen, and I will consider it one of the most important things between now and the end of the year, and especially now and the end of the month, for us to try to get something done where we can get him home.
Thank you. Let's shift to Ukraine, if we might. The White House and the administration had to work incredibly hard to get Congress to provide the big funding package a few months ago. If Donald Trump and J.D. Vance are elected, Ukraine's going to face a much tougher audience in Washington. How do you, notwithstanding the very successful NATO summit, how do you convince American allies and partners around the world that the U.S. has staying power for Ukraine? And then, just as a follow-on, do the Europeans need to do way more than even what they're doing now? Because as someone said earlier in this week, I think it was the Estonian head of the Foreign Service, in Europe, the house is on fire.
Well, first of all, the Europeans are doing a lot more than I think Americans give them credit for. When you calculate their contribution to Ukraine in terms of military assistance, economic assistance, humanitarian assistance, and other forms, they are combined doing considerably more than the United States. Now, the United States is vital to this war effort. Our munitions, our capabilities, the sheer magnitude of what we can supply is essential. But I do think we have to give a hat tip to Europe for having stepped up in this conflict in a way that we have not seen from Europe since the end of the Cold War. And that is because of a recognition of what a vital interest it is for Ukraine to succeed here for European security. And you heard that in the earlier panel from my Estonian colleague, my German colleague, and others. Now, I can't predict the future, and I certainly can't speak for the policy of anyone else other than the administration that I currently serve. What I can say, and you've heard it from senators of both parties, is there is strong bipartisan support in this country, Democrats and Republicans, to the tune of more than 70 votes in the Senate, to the tune of more than 300 votes in the House for continued support for Ukraine. And so all I can say is that that reservoir of support, which actually reflects a deep and abiding support among the American people. I've sat here in conversations in Aspen over the last 2 years when people said, oh, America's going to get tired of this thing. American people are going to stop paying attention. Poll after poll shows the American people still care, still support funding Ukraine, still support the notion that it is our duty-bound obligation to continue to help Ukraine fight for its freedom and its sovereignty and its territorial integrity. And what I would advocate is just that all of that underlying groundswell, that reservoir of support for Ukraine is going to endure no matter what happens in our politics. And I hope that that shines through in continued American support for Ukraine going forward. What we can do right now is make sure we're putting the architecture in place for that support to continue effectively. President Biden stood with President Zelensky in Italy at the G7 and signed a bilateral security agreement, which said we are going to help Ukraine in the current fight, and we are also going to help ensure that in the future, Ukraine can defend itself and deter any future aggression. And then at the NATO summit, he brought 20 leaders together up on stage who had also signed these bilateral security agreements and said, we are going to do this together. And NATO institutionally is going to play a critical role in helping be the backbone of that support on a long-term enduring basis. I can't predict what happens this fall, next year. What I can tell you is putting that architecture in place, I think, gives us the best possibility of ensuring that Ukraine has the support that it doesn't just need, but fundamentally deserves from its partners in the West. And I'm going to do everything I can to see to it that that remains enduring.
But just to press a little bit, do you think they need in Europe some kind of insurance policy? You said American leadership is vital. Let's say American leadership recedes a little bit. What do they need to start doing now to prepare for that potential outcome?
Well, first of all, I mean, it's what they are doing. They're building up their domestic capacity, something we are helping them with. And if you look at Ukraine's ingenuity, its manufacturing prowess as a significant defense manufacturer over decades, and the actual efforts it's undertaken, its ability to grow native capacity to help defend itself is real, and it is growing month on month. Secondly, as we were just talking about with the Europeans, you now have 18 European countries heading up towards 30 that have signed these bilateral security agreements to themselves make long-term commitments. And then you have the NATO institutional role that was defined at the most recent summit, which will carry through for years into the future through multiple administrations. So you put those pieces together, and then you add to that the fact that a country fighting for its freedom, for its territory, for its sovereignty, also will carry with it a motivation and a morale that has them standing up to say, we are going to make sure that the end game of this is one in which we prevail and we do not fail. I think that, for me, this is the combination of factors that Ukraine needs to pull off. That's what I can do. That's what we can do day in, day out. That's what we're trying to do every day we have the opportunity to do it. And I am grateful to have the partnership of European countries who have stepped up, and I'm grateful to be working hand in hand with Ukrainians who are thinking about their long-term security as something that's about a partnership with the West, but is also about investing in their own core sources of strength and growing those over time.
One last question on Ukraine. Right now, there are extreme limitations on how Ukraine can use U.S. weapons to fire into Russia. Over the course of the war, the U.S. position has changed on F-16s, ATACMS, and other weapons, where initially you weren't pushing them for Ukraine, but ultimately came around to that idea or decided the timing was appropriate. Are there circumstances under which the U.S. would say to Ukraine, you can use U.S. weapons towards a much deeper part of Russia? Or is that totally off the cards because of potential escalation?
Well, the president was asked this question at the NATO summit in the press conference following it, and what he basically said is we constantly look at the situation, what Ukraine needs, what we can offer, and we make our judgments accordingly. And as the war has evolved, our support has evolved, the capacities we provided have evolved, and the parameters under which we provided them have evolved. And so I can't give you a definitive answer to that question for the future. What I can tell you is that the president's current position is that circumstances changed. Russia actually launched a new offensive directly across the border towards Kharkiv, and common sense dictated that Ukraine had to be able to fire back against that offensive. And so the president said, yes, of course, go ahead. But thus far, his policy on long-range strike into Russia has not changed.
I want to segue from that into Ukraine, Russia, and China. Have you seen any evidence that China has dialed back the supply of dual-use items that, while they in themselves may not be lethal weapons, they're being used in lethal ways on the battlefield? So any evidence that they're reducing that? And if not, when is the US going to go to the next level in terms of sanctions and do something like sanction Chinese banks that would have real teeth?
We have seen them respond when we go to them to say, here's a bank that's facilitating a transaction that is a concern to us. We have seen them respond to that. But writ large, the picture is not pretty. China continues to be a major supplier of dual-use items to Russia's war machine. And dual-use items is kind of an abstract term. It's a good Washington term. What it means, it's the implements, it's the instruments that go into the weapons that are killing Ukrainians and oppressing Ukraine. And we think China should stop, because we think it is profoundly outside of the bounds of decent conduct by nation states, and China should not be on Team Russia when it comes to the war in Ukraine. So there are targeted ways in which they are responsive, but the larger picture continues to travel in the wrong direction from my perspective, and we have made no bones about that. We've been quite public and transparent about it, and we, of course, say that directly to them in dialogue as well, and so do our European partners. And the NATO summit made a very strong statement on this issue publicly, which I would reinforce here. In terms of next steps, what we have shown over time is that we have been prepared to tighten the screws, to apply sanctions against specific entities and individuals, including in China as well as in other countries, and that pattern will continue as we go forward. I don't have any announcements to make sitting here, but I think you can expect to see additional sanctions measures as we watch this picture continue to evolve in the coming weeks.
But if you've been naming and shaming them for quite some time now, probably more than a year, if not more, if they haven't changed course by now, aren't you getting very close to a point where you need to ratchet up the sanctions again, not just targeting Chinese defense entities, but actually financial institutions, or something where it would really hurt in Beijing?
Well, first of all, Dimitri, the president authorized nearly unprecedented power for the Secretary of the Treasury, working with the rest of the administration, to sanction banks, Chinese banks as well as banks from any other country that are facilitating these transactions for Russia's war machine. We have put that in place. We didn't put that in place so that it could just sit there. We put that in place so that when we find a bank that we feel falls within that sanctions regime, we can do something about it. So again, I don't have a prediction today, but I will just tell you that we have over time put the tools together to be able to respond to this kind of behavior, and we will respond to this kind of behavior.
Let's switch to kind of China proper. I mean, over the last 3 years, until this year, before San Francisco, when President Biden met Xi Jinping, allies and some partners in Europe and the Indo-Pacific were quietly, privately concerned that the US and China were potentially on a course towards conflict over Taiwan. How much did you worry about that possibility during the first 3 years, and how do you assess that risk today?
I mean, war over Taiwan, war across the Taiwan Strait would be absolutely calamitous for the world, for Taiwan, for China, for the United States, for everyone. So yes, I have worried about it, and I believe that it has to be a fundamental object of American policy to ensure that never happens, that we deter China and dissuade China from ever launching an aggressive war against Taiwan to try to take the island. And so we have methodically worked over the course of the past 3 years to make clear that we would like to see the maintenance of peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait, and that we do not want to see unilateral changes to the status quo from either side. And when we have seen the undermining of peace and stability and actions China has taken, we have taken responsive actions for our part, and we will continue to do that. So this remains a paramount priority of U.S. policy. The maintenance of peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait is essential to the maintenance of peace and stability in the world.
So, I mean, if you look at what you've done with alliances, I mean, you've had incredible success in the Indo-Pacific, getting the Europeans to realize that the Indo-Pacific theater and the Euro-Atlantic theater are linked, getting allies to work with each other, you know, Philippines, Australia, Japan, etc., Japan and South Korea. But when you look at Chinese military assets in the Western Pacific and in the theater where a conflict over Taiwan will be fought, China way surpasses the US. So my question is, and this is kind of getting back to that old pivot question, which I know nobody likes, does the US really need to ramp up its military presence in the Western Pacific and, you know, around the South China Sea, etc., just to boost deterrence, to avoid that conflict that, as you say, would be a catastrophe for the world?
Well, if you actually look at what we've done with respect to our alliance system, our alliance infrastructure in the Indo-Pacific, we're not trying to create an Asian NATO. But what we have done is created links among our allies in a way that has not really been a historical feature of U.S. policy towards Asia. It's been very much a bilateral, alliance-driven mentality. Here, we are looking to strengthen the bilateral alliances, but also to strengthen the partnerships between allies. U.S., Japan, Korea, U.S., Japan, Philippines, U.S., Australia, UK, U.S., Australia, Japan, etc. That feature has a diplomatic component, it has a technology component, it has an economic component, and yes, Dimitri, it absolutely has a military capability component. So our presence and capabilities on Japan, our work through the Enhanced Defense Cooperation Agreement with the Philippines, our work through the Camp David Trilat, the provision of nuclear submarines to Australia through AUKUS. The combination of these activities will have a material impact on the physical presence and distribution of force of the United States and our allies across the region, not to start a war, but to prevent a war. You're already seeing some of that. You'll see more of that in the years ahead, and I consider that, honestly, one of the great successes of this administration, and it is one that we can build strength from strength in the years ahead.
I mean, obviously in the Indo-Pacific, Taiwan, North Korea, you have some really dangerous potential flashpoints, but arguably right now, the most dangerous place is the Second Thomas Shoal. You've got this rusty World War II era ship, the Sierra Madre, sitting there. You've got some Filipino troops stationed on that ship. And the Chinese are trying to, and sometimes successfully, blocking resupply missions. Philippines is your oldest mutual defense treaty ally in the Indo-Pacific. Short of invoking that treaty, which no one has talked about so far, are there more things the U.S. can do? Within the administration, I hear some people saying, actually, the U.S. should start providing naval escorts for the Philippine supply ships. What do you think about that? Is that going too far?
Well, first of all, just on the point of the Mutual Defense Treaty, we've made clear that it applies to public vessels in the South China Sea. And so China well understands our view of the application of the Mutual Defense Treaty should that line get crossed. That's an important point. We believe it is a stabilizing point, is one we have reinforced publicly and very much reinforced directly to the PRC, and the Philippines understands and appreciates that. Secondly, we have tried to consult very closely with the Philippines because these are decisions they should lead on. How to most effectively reprovision this ship so that the sailors on board have the food and water and other provisions they need to continue to fulfill their mission. And we will do what is necessary with the Philippines to see to it that that happens. But in terms of specific concepts of operations or the exact way in which the United States would be engaged, our preference is to have the maintenance of the status quo there, the capacity of the Philippines to do these resupplies. We will continue to support the Philippines and stand behind them as they take steps to be able to ensure that. And I will be very cautious about speaking about hypotheticals should we have to get to it, because the most important thing right now is to see de-escalation and to see the ability of the Philippines to do resupplies. We believe that is achievable, and we are going to drive to make that happen.
About a year and a half ago, a little bit north of here, a Chinese spy balloon crossed the U.S. You remember that?
Sorry you had to remind me of that.
And it was
like a month of balloons.
A month of balloons, and I was desperately looking forward to writing a story about the FBI report about what you found when you salvaged the pieces of the balloon off the coast of South Carolina. Why was a report never put out?
So, first of all, the ability of the United States, because of the way we took the balloon down, which was over water rather than over land, to exploit it, to actually be able to take critical components off the ocean floor, look at the technology, look at the capabilities, and learn from that. Learn about basically what is China up to with this thing, what capabilities do they have. That was a pretty good opportunity for the United States. And that's pretty sensitive too. And so this was not a White House directed decision, but the intelligence community, the FBI, made a judgment that the best way forward would be for us to take those lessons, apply them, share them as necessary with others, but not make a big public show of it.
When you saw what it was and when you saw, examined and analyzed everything, was it more sensitive than you had thought it would be?
It was interesting.
Someone buy Jake beers in the bar tonight, please. I want to pivot to India. I know you've put a huge amount of effort in deepening U.S. relations with India. India is not going to abandon its relationship with Russia. We know that. But how concerned were you when Prime Minister Modi met President Putin, essentially at the same time that President Biden was hosting the NATO leaders in Washington?
I think the biggest question for me is, do we see tangible evidence that India is deepening its military and technology relationship with Russia or not? And I did not see out of that visit tangible evidence that it was in fact deepening that. I didn't see deliverables in that space.
So you didn't think the bear hug was significant then?
Well, Modi has a certain way, of course, of greeting world leaders. I've seen it up close and personal, actually. Look, we never want to see countries that we care about, who are partners and friends of ours, show up in Moscow and hug Putin. Of course we don't. I'm not going to sit here and tell people otherwise. But in terms of our relationship with India, we see enormous opportunity on technology, on economics, and in the statecraft and geopolitics of the wider Indo-Pacific region. And we want to deepen that relationship as equals, as two sovereign countries who also have relationships with other countries. And India has a historic relationship with Russia that they're not going to cut off. But we do believe that we want to continue to have a deep dialogue with India about the specifics and the nature of that relationship and whether it evolves over time, particularly Dmitry, because Russia is getting closer and closer to China, and as the junior partner to China, is not necessarily going to be a great and reliable friend to India in a future contingency or crisis. That's not something India needs to hear from Jake Sullivan, but it is a fact in the world, and it's something that we take into account as we have our strategic dialogue with India.
About a year ago, CIA Director Bill Burns and Director of National Intelligence Avril Haines went to India and raised concerns with the Indian government about suspicions that the Indian government may have been involved in the assassination of a Sikh activist in Vancouver and what turned out to be a thwarted assassination plot in New York, also against a Sikh activist. Have you received, we're a year on, have you received satisfactory explanations from India about what happened or didn't happen?
So first of all, we were very transparent about this publicly, with the Congress, with others, and obviously That was a carefully executed plan. I sat down with Bill and Avril. I said, we are going to go in the following order and actually talk to the Indians about what our expectations are in light of what we have learned. And we are going to work through until we see an outcome that we think is satisfactory. I don't think that there's a lot of value in talking about the nature of that conversation publicly. It is sensitive. It is something we are working through. The story, in my view, has not yet been completely written. We need to keep working through it. But we have had a constructive dialogue with India on this issue, and we have made very clear where we stand on it and what we would like to see, and it's been respectful, and it has been effective, in my view, mostly because it is taking place behind closed doors.
We're just about out of time. I'd love to ask you things about how you've maintained your boyish looks with such a hard job, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to ask one of the rising leaders if they have a question for you, and then we will end on that. Who would like to? Gentleman over there on the left.
Thanks so much. My name is Philip Davis, and I'm with the Department of State, and I'm a rising leader. Was wondering if you can talk a little bit about increasing partnerships and alliances with the African continent as well as South America as well. We talked a little bit yesterday at a panel that there should be more visitation and such like that from the government to South America. So just wondering if you can talk about increasing those ties as well. Thank you.
So just taking a step back, first of all, fantastic question. Thank you for it. When we think about the nature of geopolitics in the world today, we have two strategic facts. One, intense competition with other great powers. Two, massive challenges that require the mobilization of a significant number of partners from across the world to meet them. And both of those things are true at the same time, and sometimes those very competitors have to be part of the cooperative solution to a challenge. Take China and climate change as an example. But another major feature of the international system right now is that the rest of the world is saying to the United States, to China, to Europe, to others, what is your value proposition to us? Where do we fit into the picture? And how is it that we can work together in partnership to address the needs of our people and to solve these problems that afflict us all? And so a central feature of the Biden administration's strategy has been to redefine the American and the Western value proposition to the developing world to meet the priorities that they care about, not just our list of interests in those countries. So what do they care about? They care about infrastructure, 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 health, digital, physical, energy infrastructure. We have been out of the game in a substantial way on that for a long time. The president put together the Partnership for Global Infrastructure with the G7. A lot of people kind of rolled their eyes, said, where's this going to go? We just met at the G7 in Italy last year. We have mobilized an enormous amount of money and have a lot of wins on the board, and we are adding to those wins year in, year out. And that's particularly focused on Africa and the Americas. Second, the mobilization of investment, of private capital leveraged by political risk insurance or currency risk or small amounts of public dollars that can just bring capital in off the sidelines to do so much for economic growth, for a climate transition, and for technology. And here, just this week, I met with the foreign ministers of multiple countries in the Americas through something called the Americas Partnership for Economic Prosperity. Sounds like another one of those things. We now have a $1 billion angel investor network for small entrepreneurs in the Americas to be able to unlock their potential. And that's just one of a number of other initiatives we have underway. These do not make the headlines. They don't really get asked about at the Aspen Strategy Forum. But to me, they're not just central to a better, safer world and to who we are as the United States of America trying to help lead that world. They're also central to geopolitical competition, because our ability not to treat other countries as proxy battlegrounds, but as partners, rests on our ability to bring something to that partnership. And I could go on all day, the panel before us on technology. The United States has an enormous opportunity right now when it comes to the deployment of artificial intelligence and advanced technology to help solve problems and to help give other countries the tools they need to deliver for their people. Huge opportunity. And one of the things that I want to put in a plug for at the end is for the people in the audience who work in finance or who work on Capitol Hill. Because we need two things. We need Capitol Hill to say, yeah, we have an $880 billion defense budget, and that may not even be enough, but we're not putting enough just raw dollars into this aspect of American statecraft, and it is profoundly in our interest. And we're not talking hundreds of billions. We're talking about relatively small amounts of money that can unlock huge amounts of money, and that's my message to the finance community. It is imperative that our private sector see and partner with us in the opportunity to deliver high standard, high quality investment in the developing world, in the global south, in Africa and Latin America and Southeast Asia. It's profoundly in their interest, and it's profoundly in ours. And there's a patriotic element to this as well. I think we were supposed to end a while ago, and now I'm on a sermon. I apologize. But I really do feel passionately about this issue, and I thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk about it.
But by going long, you've just proved that you have Irish heritage. But I'd like everyone, please join me in thanking Jake Sullivan for sitting with us today. Thank you, Jake.
Well, we've come to the conclusion of a very successful conference, 4 days, and I know that you're all waiting for me to give you a summary of all 4 days, and I've written it down, but I've decided not to do it. What I'm going to do instead is reveal the deep secret of the Aspen Strategy Group, and it's based on what I used to do when I was dean at the Kennedy School at Harvard. I said, we'll wait until graduation and then we'll reveal to the students what was the deep secret of Harvard. And the answer was, you admit very good people and claim credit for their success afterwards. And similarly, that's the secret of the Aspen Strategy Group. I'm sure my co-chair Condi would agree with me. The secret to the success of the Aspen Strategy Group has to surround ourselves with remarkable, intelligent, skillful women and then claim credit for their success. So for Anya, Neve, and Leah, we are deeply grateful. We're also grateful to our speakers, our moderators, and our participants who've played such a crucial role in these 4 days. And none of this would have been possible without the help of our sponsors, Google, MasterCard, McKinsey, Microsoft, MITRE, and Intel. So to all those who've made it possible, including, of course, all of you, well done. Condi?
Thank you. And Joe is absolutely right that we have been graced with wonderful speakers and terrific moderators and wonderful panels, a chance to talk about some of the most important, serious issues. I want to thank another group of sponsors, Anduril, Beacon Global Strategies, Boeing, Gecko, Prion, Citi, Mayor Brown, and Zscaler for the support. And I especially want to thank, on behalf of all of us here on the stage, our partners at the Aspen Institute, particularly to President and CEO Dan Porterfield. Dan, thank you so much for your partnership, your friendship. I know that Margot was here a little while ago, but the board chair, Margot Pritzker, has done an amazing job. Elliot Gerson, And of course, the entire Aspen Institute staff has just been terrific. These things don't happen on their own. In fact, I suspect the planning will start sometime next week. So I want to thank everybody who's been involved. And again, let me join Joe in thanking you for your participation, for your interest, and for everything that you'll go out and do after this forum. My great friend and our great patriot, George Shultz, wore a tie that said, "Democracy is not a spectator sport." And I think all of us now have an obligation to take what we've learned, what we've thought about, and to go out and make our democracy better. So thank you very much.
Thank you all for being with us for this really fantastic 4 days. And I am also not going to try to sum up because there is too much, but I just want to hearken back to our message that we started with, which was about partnership and about being counter-programming to the cynicism that's out there. I have to tell you, the nicest compliment I got from someone who was here participating with us was she said to me, "Oh my God, I've been here for 4 days. I have left all my cynicism behind. I have heard from people not just debate each other and have different views, which of course we all do, but to try to see how you can take those different views together and come up with a joint, better solution to the problem." I think we heard that from our senators. I think we heard that from the senior Palestinian and Israelis on stage. We heard it from the Bahraini National Security Advisor. We heard about new alliances in the Indo-Pacific from Defense Minister Ang from Singapore. And we're grateful to all of you for, as Condi said, participating in this and finding new partnerships and going out there and being the young leaders and becoming the real leaders in the U.S. government, in journalism, in innovative companies, and helping us all build a new and better future. Thank you. And now, last but not least, I know we've thanked the Aspen staff in general, but guys, they are amazing. This thing does not put itself on. So let me just do a real shout out to Dulcie Kenner, our conference services team, to Morgan Walsh. You saw her running up and down here and like lying on the floor to get people off the stage, to Jordan Kern, to Matt Windholtz, to our comms team led by John Purvis, and to all our fantastic volunteers. Thank you. And then I have to say, our Aspen Strategy Group team, you guys are always so shy, and so I won't make you stand up this time, but honestly, you are amazing. None of this team has really slept in the last couple of weeks, so thanks for the coffee. But Neve, Leah, Deb, Anna, who is leaving us next week to go to the Stanford of the East, we'll really miss her. And to Emily, Karina, Matilda, Chris, we really cannot do this without you. So thank you all for everything you do.
Sorry, just a few more thanks. Thanks to everybody up here. Also, thanks to the Rising Leaders. We're so happy you're here. Class of 2024, and we had like over 40 of our alumni class. It's just brilliant to watch this program go. And thanks to our Patron Pass sponsors who help support that. And then just a few more. Walton Family Foundation, AWS, American Airlines, Financial Times, Lockheed Martin, Rockefeller Foundation, and Govini. Thank you for all your support.
We'll welcome you back next year.